Hey guys, tonight we step back into a world where the harbour smells bigger than the horizon, and every conversation seems to carry a secret. You're at the edge of a medieval port city, masts like a forest of broken spines, tar on your boots, gulls cutting the sky like impatient knives. Merchants shout over the clatter of barrels. A child chases a hoop past a stall where spices hang in burlap sacks, and pigeons argue over crusts. Then someone says the word that makes the market thin out like fog, plague, and laughter pulls back from faces as if threaded out of the cloth. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. If you're curious, or slightly foolish, drop your location and local time in the comments so I know where you're listening with the lights low. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. At first it feels like a rumour, a ship that should have been in port weeks ago, its crew gaunt, their words sticky with sea salt and fear. Sailors point at strange swellings and say it is nothing but a fever. You want to believe them, because belief is cheaper than panic. But you see merchants tugging their cloaks tighter, and a baker lock his shop, and the city's rhythm shifts. You probably won't survive this. Statistically speaking, that's the grim little footnote no one wants to hear. Yet here you are, ears tuned to gossip, feet still in the streets. You move through alleys where the usual smells of onions and smoke are peppered with something metallic, like spent coins heated in the sun. A woman folds cloth while her husband coughs under a table. A priest walks by with a censer's cloud of incense, smoke curling like an apology. Historians still argue whether the Black Death arrived mainly on fleas aboard rats, or by human carriers from ships. But either explanation feels obvious when you watch sickness bloom, fever, delirium, and swellings under the arms and in the groin that leave people bewildered and still. There's practical denial at first. Taverns are stubborn, dice still roll, and lovers still meet in hidden corners. You slip into a tavern for warmth and find a drunk whose eyes are glassy, whose jokes have turned thin. Someone suggests a draught or bad ale. You crack a small joke. He always did have a dramatic flair for nap time, and it lands like a pebble in a pond, making circles but not enough to stop the tide. That's joke number one, soft and sorry, because you can't help trying to keep the mood afloat. Curious remedies appear like mushrooms after rain. Women braid garlands of rosemary and rue. Others stuff posies into their sleeves to fend off miasma. A wandering vendor sells little vials of vinegar to dab on the skin. Quaint, smell-good tinctures that might soothe your nerves if not your lymph nodes. Fringe claims spread too. A man whispers that carrying a bezoar stone protects against venom. Another boasts a paste so foul it wards off anything. Crocodile dung is rumoured in the whispers, which is more memorable than useful. You smile politely at that oddity because humour is cheap and widely available. You notice people making strange bargains with routine. Monasteries lock gates and chant. Their strict schedules mean monks are oddly less exposed, a fact that seems to confuse both piety and public health. The wealthy board themselves into manors, relying on servants and isolation. The poor cannot afford to isolate. They haul carts, tend animals, and keep markets moving. A baker keeps rising before dawn because yeast doesn't notice politics. There's your second light joke. You wonder whether the yeast is the pandemic's true survivor, ancient and undefeated. Fear breeds rules that sound sensible until they are cruel. Some houses are marked with charcoal crosses. Others are abandoned with last meals left on tables like offerings. You watch as neighbours tape shutters and avoid streets where a cough echoes like a bell toll. Still, pockets of ordinary life persist. A child plays with a rag doll. A dog refuses to leave its owner's side. and a cat flicks its tail at travellers. Small, stubborn life persists like an illegal fire under the snow. You begin to tally strange survivals. A fisherman who sleeps in a damp net loft and seems untouched. A midwife who insists on washing again and again, and yet survives while families around her fall. A miller who prays one day and swears by his strange habit of changing shirts twice daily the next. These are quick observations, not explanations. Historians still argue whether immunity, exposure dose, social isolation, or just dumb luck explain why a few endure while many perish. That exact phrase hangs in conversations like a half-remembered scripture. Your feet carry you back toward the quay where moonlight makes the water look like ink. Ships creak, rats skitter. You stand and watch as lanterns bob like small suns, and realize survival begins as a series of small, often accidental choices. Where you sleep, what you touch, who you kiss. It's not noble much of the time. Mostly it's habits and avoidance and, yes, plain luck. Your voice catches when a baker who once shouted orders now waits for those who still come for bread. Joke number 3 slides out. A whisper. Maybe if we all petition the rats for mercy. You say it to the night because you need a tiny absurdity to keep your breath even. Tonight is the thin edge of the story. You feel the hush, the smell, the odd rituals taking root. You will walk these streets again. You will learn more about those who survive and why they do. And little by little the thread of rare survivals will make a map through the chaos. For now you stand at the harbour and watch, and because human stubbornness is a thing that refuses to be counted, you listen for the next sound, the creak of a plank, a cough, a child's laugh, and follow it inward. You step away from the harbour, but the noise of it clings to you like sea spray. The city's narrow lanes twist around you, shadows pooling between crooked beams, voices hushed behind shuttered windows. It is here, inside these crowded blocks, that you begin to notice the strange contrast. Whole households coughing, collapsing and vanishing, yet one door remaining open with laughter, firelight, and the smell of bread still drifting into the night. This is the story of the first survivors, the ones who should by every grim calculation be gone, yet somehow they are not. You push past a line of carts, the drivers whispering about neighbours who dropped in the street only hours earlier. A mother clutches her child, pulling him away from a man swaying on a stool, his face pale as candle wax. Yet just across the lane, you spot a family breaking bread. Faces flushed not with fever but with wine. You blink, unsure whether to envy them or to suspect them of sorcery. Survival feels like a trick, and you are desperate to know the rules. Historians still argue whether immunity played a role, whether a sliver of the population carried a genetic shield without ever knowing it. But in the moment, you don't have words like genetics. You only see the strange patchwork of fate. One family untouched while 3 on the same street lie in silence. You wonder if it's their diet, their habits, or perhaps the way they pray. Maybe it is just dumb luck, and dumb luck inconveniently is hard to bottle and sell at the market. You remember the whispers of sailors who swore that those who slept with garlic necklaces somehow stayed safe. You laugh under your breath. Garlic might ward off suitors, but fleas, not likely. That's your first joke for the night, because gallows humour has a way of sneaking in when fear feels too sharp. Still, the city is full of odd remedies. You hear about vinegar baths, rosewater spritzes, and people carrying lumps of amber to draw away the bad air. Some of these survivors swear by such practices. The family you watch from across the lane insist that they burn rosemary daily, the smoke drifting out of their chimney like a fragrant flag of defiance. Another family claims they survived by closing every window and stuffing rags into the cracks, sealing themselves in a bubble of stale but safe air. Then there are the rumours of those spared because of diet. Fishermen's families, you notice, seem less touched than the bakers. Some say it's because fish is cleaner than bread touched by too many hands. Historians still argue whether diet mattered at all, or whether the patterns were pure coincidence. You're left to marvel at how people cling to explanations, however fragile, just to make sense of survival. The first survivors also become spectacles. You pass a corner where a man shouts that his wife is blessed, proof of God's mercy. Another insists it is punishment narrowly avoided because of a particular prayer, and he's not shy about teaching it for a few coins. Quirky detail here. Some people begin wearing written charms around their necks, scraps of parchment with psalms or even nonsense letters. You smile when you see one child's charm dangling. It looks suspiciously like his school homework pressed into service as holy protection. But survival paints a target as well as a halo. Jealousy simmers in the alleys. You overhear whispers that one family must have bargained with dark forces, because why else would death skip their door? You imagine the awkward family dinner. Pass the salt. Ignore the rumours we're witches. That's your second joke tonight, and it lands dry but necessary. And yet, as you move closer, you realise survival here doesn't feel like victory. The family who laughs over bread also glances nervously at every knock on the door. They whisper about their neighbours, and you can see the fear in their eyes, the dread that their turn has simply not yet come. It strikes you that survival is not relief. It is a suspended sentence, a waiting game in which every cough could undo the miracle. As days pass, you start to recognise the thin line that separates survivor from victim. Maybe it is that one extra step taken away from a coughing neighbour. Maybe it is that they fetch water from a different well. You notice that the survivors often carry themselves with ritual. Washing, burning herbs, refusing to linger in crowds. It may not be enough to explain the miracle, but the discipline feels like a shield of its own. Historians still argue whether behavioural habits, avoiding contact, cleaning more often, made any real difference, or whether these survivors were simply fortunate anomalies. Night falls and you walk past shuttered houses, some marked with crude symbols, others left eerily silent. Through one open window you see a child playing with a rag doll. Her parents, alive and well, smile weakly, offering thanks to saints every night. You can't help but feel a chill. In another street the same scene is repeated with different endings, and the difference between laughter and silence feels like the toss of a coin. By now you notice patterns. Certain alleys still bustling, certain houses glowing with firelight, certain families daring to step into the market when others hide. These are the first survivors, the ones who carry forward not by choice but by chance. They become the seeds of stories, the sparks of hope in conversations. You find yourself leaning into those stories, clinging to them like a lifeline. And there's your third joke. You mutter, "If survival is just about being lucky, I should start playing dice with the plague." You chuckle quietly to yourself, though the humour sticks in your throat. Standing in the half-lit street, you realise this truth. The Black Death is not only a story of death, but also of strange, rare endurance. You don't yet know how, but some people will outlast the shadow, and their survival will become the thin thread weaving humanity forward. Tonight, you glimpse the first of those threads, fragile but unbroken, stretching into the darkness. You leave the narrow city lanes behind, but the echoes of coughing follow you like phantom footsteps. People are desperate now, and desperation has a way of spilling over into every choice. The air in the market smells thicker, less of roasted meat and more of smoke, as if everyone suddenly believes that burning something, anything, will keep the sickness away. You hear families debating in frantic whispers, stay or run. Tonight you join those who choose to flee, and you follow them out toward the countryside. The road is choked with wagons, bundles, and faces lined with fear. A farmer drives his oxen, pulling a cart piled high with tools, sacks of grain, and his children wedged between them. A merchant drags a chest that clinks with coins, though you can already guess coins will be useless in the woods. A mother carries her baby, the child's face pressed to her shoulder, muffling the sound of its cries. You walk among them, feeling like part of an unspoken caravan of survival. Historians still argue whether flight helped or harmed. Some say the countryside offered fresher air, cleaner water, and fewer bodies packed together to spread disease. Others point out that travellers often carried the plague with them, leaving trails of infection in every hamlet they passed. As you walk, you wonder if you're carrying death on your cloak without even knowing it. The countryside itself feels like a release. The air is cooler, touched with the scent of hay and wildflowers instead of filth. Birds chirp in the hedgerows, oblivious to human panic. You catch yourself smiling at the sound. It feels almost like hope. You joke under your breath. Finally, a social distancing strategy that doesn't cost rent. That's joke number 1 tonight, because gallows humour still walks with you. But flight is not simple. As the sun dips, the woods darken, and every rustle of leaves feels like a threat. People build makeshift camps, fires burning low to avoid attention. You share bread with strangers, the crackle of fire mixing with whispered stories. One man claims he survived because he always drinks strong ale instead of water. Water is suspicious, he insists. You nod politely, though you suspect his survival owes more to coincidence than hops. Then there are the animals. Quirky detail here. Some peasants begin tying herbs to their livestock, as though cows could catch the plague through the air. You watch a farmer knot a bundle of sage to his goat's horns. The goat looks unimpressed, chewing calmly, a living reminder that not every creature shares humanity's panic. You can't help but grin. Still, the fear does not ease entirely. Some villages shut their gates when travellers approach, hurling warnings from the walls. Others open reluctantly, trading food for whatever goods refugees carry. You witness a family turned away, forced to camp in a ditch by the road. You realise that running from the plague is not just a physical journey. It is a test of how far trust can stretch before it snaps. As you trudge further, you begin to notice the resilience of nature. The rivers run clear, the fields sway with grain, and the sun sets in golden silence, indifferent to human fear. It feels unfair in a way that the world looks so beautiful when your heart is so heavy. You mutter another joke. Great, the apocalypse comes with complimentary sunsets. That's number 2, bitter but oddly comforting. At night the stars prick the sky. You lie on the ground, cloak pulled tight, listening to others shift and cough. Every cough makes you flinch, but some are only from smoke or dust. You remember the city streets, how narrow and suffocating they felt, and you realise that here at least there is space to breathe. Historians still argue whether clean air made a difference, but in your chest you feel lighter, and that sensation alone is worth the journey. Yet the countryside holds dangers of its own. Wolves prowl at the edges of camps, eyes flashing in the dark. Bandits hear of desperate travellers carrying goods and swoop down for easy prey. You hear a cry one night and wake to find a wagon empty, its owners vanished into the shadows. The plague is not the only predator in this story. Days blur together. Long walks, shared bread, whispered prayers. You meet a group of children who have lost their parents, now guided by an older sibling barely old enough to shave. They carry little, but somehow they keep moving, laughter breaking out when one tumbles into a patch of wildflowers. Their resilience stuns you. It is a reminder that life clings even in the most fragile hands. And then there are the hermits. You stumble across a hut deep in the woods, smoke curling from its chimney. The old woman inside insists she is safe because she eats only roots and talks only to trees. You suspect she was avoiding people long before the plague, but you can't deny that her isolation has kept her alive. That's quirky detail number 2, and it makes you wonder how many so-called eccentrics outlive the practical townsfolk. As you walk onward, you think of the city behind you, the bells tolling endlessly, the streets marked with silence. Out here, in the fields and forests, you feel both safer and lonelier. Survival no longer feels like a communal effort, but like a fragile gamble taken one step at a time. Your third joke comes as you pass a scarecrow, its ragged arms stretched wide. "At least somebody here is still dressed for the party," you say softly. A few travellers laugh, grateful for even a shred of humour in the dark. By now you realise that the countryside is not a solution, only a pause. The plague is still moving, like a shadow spreading from town to town, and you cannot be sure it will not catch up. But tonight, under the stars, with the cool air filling your lungs and the sounds of owls instead of coughing, you allow yourself one rare feeling. Maybe, just maybe, escape is possible. You wake with the dawn, the countryside still damp from a night of mist. The travellers around you stir like restless birds, rolling blankets and tightening bundles, their faces pale with hunger and fatigue. Yet as you trudge onward with them, you notice that some are not simply seeking the open air. A few peel away from the caravan, veering towards stone walls and ringing bells, the monasteries that dot the landscape like islands of quiet discipline. You follow, curious, because if any group has a reputation for order in the midst of chaos, it is the monks. The monastery you approach is perched on a low hill, its walls thick, its gate barred except for a small opening where a monk peers out. His face is calm, though you see the flicker of unease in his eyes. He admits a few travellers, mostly those who promise service or offer supplies, then closes the door with a creak that sounds final. You're inside now, and the world outside feels suddenly distant, the cries and rumours muffled by stone. Here, life moves to a strict rhythm. Bells at dawn, chanting in the chapel, work in the gardens, silence in the refectory. Historians still argue whether such routine kept monks safer from infection, or whether the isolation of their walls was the real shield. But walking these cloisters, you notice something remarkable. While villages collapse around them, many of these monks remain steady, their lives bound by rules older than memory. You breathe in the scent of herbs drying in bundles above the kitchen fire. Rosemary, sage, lavender. They say these purify the air, though you suspect they also just make the halls smell less like unwashed tunics. That's joke number 1 tonight. A gentle dig at hygiene that probably earns you a stern glance from Brother Thomas. The gardens hum with bees, and rows of medicinal plants stretch toward the walls. You watch a young monk crush leaves into a paste, applying it to a villager's swollen lump with a prayer whispered over his shoulder. Does it help? Maybe, maybe not. Historians still argue whether these herbal remedies offered any real benefit, or whether they were simply ritual wrapped in faith. Yet you can't deny the comfort it brings to those who kneel here, hoping for mercy. The monks themselves live with a strange mix of fear and devotion. Some claim their vows of chastity keep them safe, since they avoid the intimacy that spreads sickness. Others believe their prayers shield them. Still others mutter that the walls are their true salvation. In the evenings, as the candles flicker and voices rise in chant, you feel a hush settle over you, a strange sense that perhaps faith itself can be a survival tool. But the monastery is not immune to loss. You witness a brother collapse during matins, his voice fading mid-psalm. The others carry him away, faces impassive, and the chant continues as though nothing has broken. It is chilling, and you wonder if survival here comes not just from herbs or walls, but from the discipline of continuing no matter what. Quirky detail for you. Some monasteries adopt unusual routines to protect themselves. At one, monks eat separately in small cells instead of together, convinced that solitude during meals keeps the sickness away. At another, brothers wear strange masks stuffed with herbs, long before plague doctors made the look iconic. You chuckle softly. Early adopters of weird fashion, you whisper, and that's joke number 2. The monastery also stores knowledge. You see manuscripts carefully copied, recipes for remedies written in neat Latin script, alongside psalms and histories. While towns burn, these pages survive, carrying forward human thought. You can't help but admire it, even as you question whether ink on parchment can outlast invisible death. Outside the walls, peasants press at the gate, begging entry. The monks argue among themselves, mercy versus safety. Some demand the doors remain closed, others insist charity is their duty. Historians still argue whether monasteries that welcomed strangers suffered more losses, or whether generosity carried its own kind of protection. From inside, you feel the weight of the decision. Open the gate, risk the community, keep it closed, risk your soul. At night, the bells toll softly. You lie in a corner cell, the stone hard beneath you, listening to the low hum of chanting. The world outside feels unreal, as though you've slipped into a slower rhythm where survival is not frantic but steady. You almost believe the walls might hold forever, and yet cracks appear. A few brothers vanish overnight, slipping out through side doors, unable to endure the pressure. Supplies run low. Gardens cannot feed everyone, especially with refugees inside. You sense tension mounting. Even the rhythm of bells feels strained, stretched too thin against the tide of death pressing at the gates. The abbot himself tries to steady spirits. He preaches in the chapel, voice echoing under vaulted arches, declaring that the monastery is God's fortress. You look around at the weary faces, some glowing with faith, others shadowed by doubt. One monk fingers a rosary so tightly his knuckles whiten, as if sheer pressure could summon salvation. Another glares at the abbot, silently questioning whether words can fill empty bellies. The air thickens with unspoken conflict. One evening you stumble into the library and find a brother sketching diagrams of the human body by candlelight. His drawings are clumsy but determined, as though he is trying to map the mystery of death itself. He whispers that knowledge may be the only way forward, that blind prayer cannot hold back the tide. His voice trembles, but his pen keeps moving. You realize that within these walls, survival stories are not just about bodies that live, but about ideas that refuse to die. Your third joke emerges when you catch yourself thinking, well, at least the vow of silence means fewer awkward small-talk moments during a pandemic. You smirk, and though no one answers, you feel lighter for having said it. In the courtyard, swallows swoop above your head. darting between towers as though nothing has changed. Their wings flash silver in the fading light, a reminder that the world carries on beyond human turmoil. You stand there, cloaked in dusk, and admit to yourself. Monasteries may delay the plague, may soften its blow, but they cannot escape it entirely. Still, in their discipline and strange habits, they carve out rare pockets of survival. And as you step through the herb-scented halls, you sense that these quiet communities, hidden behind walls, will carry more than prayers forward. They will carry fragments of humanity's endurance into the dark. The monastery walls shrink behind you, their chants fading into the distance. But the road ahead offers no promise of safety. Soon, you find yourself drawn toward a different kind of survival experiment. Quarantine towns, those desperate communities that choose isolation not by vows of faith, but by civic decree. Word spreads of villages sealing their borders, locking gates, and swearing an oath. No one in, no one out, until the sickness burns itself away. You walk toward one of these settlements, curious to see how such radical defiance plays out. The first sign of change is the wooden barricade across the road. A guard, armed with nothing more than a pike and a grim sense of duty, warns you not to enter unless you agree to stay inside for the duration. His words carry both menace and resignation. If you enter, you gamble your freedom for a promise of protection. If you refuse, you remain on the wandering road, exposed to both plague and brigands. You hesitate, but curiosity pulls you forward. Inside, life feels strangely suspended. The market square is not silent, but it is subdued. Stalls are spaced wider, and transactions happen at arm's length. Coins are dropped into buckets of vinegar before changing hands, as if sour liquid could wash away invisible death. Historians still argue whether such practices had any real effect or were rituals of reassurance. Watching a merchant scrub his copper pennies raw, you can't help but think he's polishing futility itself. Yet the sense of order is undeniable. Villagers gather at set times to receive bread rations, their names called from a list, and no one dares crowd too close. The rhythm is strict, almost military, and you suspect that discipline alone keeps fear from ripping this fragile bubble apart. A boy nearby mutters that the rules are worse than the sickness. His mother hushes him, though you sense she agrees. You notice that every household has hung sprigs of herbs above their doors, rue, mint, sometimes even garlic strung like pearls. The air smells sharp, as though the whole town decided to marinate itself against contagion. That's joke number 1. Congratulations, you've invented medieval air freshener. Nobody laughs, but you do, and in these streets even one chuckle feels like rebellion. In the evenings, a bell rings, not to summon prayer but to announce curfew. Doors slam, shutters close, and the town sinks into quiet. You sit on a borrowed cot listening to the hush, struck by the odd safety of routine. Here, unlike the open road, there are rules, and rules, however suffocating, create the illusion of control, but cracks always appear. One night you overhear an argument outside. A family wants to leave, convinced the sickness is already inside the walls. The guards refuse, shouting that to leave is to endanger everyone else. The family sobs, then grows quiet. You never see them again, and no one dares to ask. Survival here demands not just obedience but sacrifice, and sometimes silence. Historians still argue whether these sealed towns truly survived better than others. Some point to records of villages that endured with minimal losses, protected by their self-imposed cages. Others note that once the plague breached the gates, it spread faster within than anywhere else. As you lie awake, You can't shake the sense that quarantine is a coin toss. Heads, salvation. Tails, suffocation. The quirks of quarantine life reveal themselves in odd ways. Weddings still happen, but brides and grooms exchange vows from opposite sides of a long table. Witnesses scattered like cautious birds. Burials are swift, with mourners watching from doorways rather than gathering in crowds. Even baptisms are adjusted, with water poured into wooden ladles instead of shared bowls. The creativity is admirable, if slightly absurd. You think, pandemic, the ultimate wedding planner, and that's joke number 2. Then there are the watchmen. They patrol the walls with more intensity than any professional soldier. One shows you the tally marks he scratches into the wood each day, promising he'll carve until the plague ends or his knife breaks. His hands tremble, but his voice is steady. You realize that these towns survive not just through herbs and vinegar, but through sheer human stubbornness. In the square, a notice board lists rules in rough handwriting. No gatherings over 10, no touching goods without gloves of cloth, no travel beyond the gates. Punishment for breaking the oath is exile. You run your fingers over the ink smudged by weather and wonder how many people already vanished under those rules. Historians still argue whether exile was mercy, freedom to take your chances, or cruelty disguised as law. By day, children still play, but their games adapt. Instead of tag, they toss stones at a mark on the wall, never touching one another. Instead of chasing, they call riddles across the street. Their laughter rings high, cutting through the gloom, and you marvel at how survival sometimes grows out of play. One evening you're invited to share a meal with a family. They place a loaf of bread in the centre, cutting it with almost ceremonial care. No one touches the same piece with bare hands. They speak of rumours beyond the gates, whole cities empty, kings hiding in castles, travellers turned away at sword point. Their eyes shine with both fear and relief. Fear because the world is collapsing. Relief because here, behind walls, they have carved out a fragile haven. Your third joke slips out as you notice their table covered with so many bundles of herbs it looks like a salad exploded. Honestly, if this doesn't stop the plague, at least it will stop vampires. This time, even the father laughs, shaking his head, and yet you sense the fragility. Supplies dwindle, tempers fray, whispers spread of hidden sickness. The longer the gates remain closed, the more the town begins to feel like a prison dressed up as a refuge. Still, for now, the walls hold, and the people inside cling to their oath as if survival itself depends on obedience. As you lie awake that night, the air sharp with garlic and rosemary, you realize this truth. Survival is not just about herbs or barricades, but about belief. Belief that the walls can hold, that rules can protect, that the sacrifice is worth it. And perhaps, just perhaps, that belief is enough to carry a community through the storm. The sealed quarantine town fades behind you, its wooden gates vanishing into the mist, and once again you are back on the long, uncertain road. The further you travel, the stranger the survival stories grow. Tonight, your path leads not to walls or vows of silence, but to small communities that cling to life through the most unlikely weapon of all, cooperation. Villages that should have fractured under fear instead draw closer together, pooling food, labour and hope into something sturdier than barricades. It feels almost miraculous, and you can't resist stepping closer to see how such fragile harmony survives in a world where suspicion spreads faster than coughs. The first hint of change comes when you reach a hamlet bordered not by stone walls but by hedges and low fences. Instead of armed guards, Villagers themselves stand watch on the road, each holding a staff tied with a strip of red cloth. They stop you politely, not with swords, but with rules. No touching, no sharing cups. Wash in the stream before entering. Their tone is firm but not cruel, as if they've all agreed on a code of conduct and mean to honour it. You comply, rinsing your hands in icy water that makes your fingers sting, and step across an invisible threshold into their experiment. Life here hums with shared rhythms. Families rotate chores. Today the miller's household bakes bread for all. Tomorrow the shepherd's family tends every flock, while the carpenter repairs fences and cartwheels. Instead of coins, they trade hours of work, tallying debts with chalk marks on a barn wall. The numbers look messy, but no one argues. Historians still debate whether such systems could last beyond a season, or whether they crumbled under greed. Yet as you watch neighbours hauling water together, you can feel the strength of a community determined not to unravel. At sunset, meals transform into ceremonies. Long wooden tables are dragged into the open square, food laid down carefully, and families sit apart but close enough for laughter to carry across. Bread is coarse, stew thin, but every bite is flavoured with solidarity. You mutter, medieval potluck, now with extra hand sanitizer. That's joke number 1, and though no one knows what sanitizer is, your tone earns a few smirks. Quirky details abound. Every doorway is draped with marigolds and rue, their pungent smell sharp in the evening air. Women weave wreaths of garlic that hang like glowing beads, while men scatter ash in front of barns, convinced it blocks bad spirits. Children invent games that avoid touch, tossing stones at a target painted on a board, shouting riddles across fields, dancing in mirrored movements without ever colliding. Their laughter rings high and free, proof that joy can survive even under rules, but trust is delicate. One evening you hear raised voices in the barn, an accusation of hoarded flour. Tempers flare, fists almost fly, and for a moment you sense how easily the experiment could fracture. Elders step in quickly, reminding everyone of the oath they swore together. Selfishness is death. Cooperation is life. The fight cools, though suspicion lingers. Historians still argue whether these villages held together out of genuine altruism or fear of being cast out. The most unusual ritual appears one morning. Villagers gather to scrub doorsteps and windowsills with vinegar while singing loudly. Each family belts out its own tune, psalms, drinking songs, nursery rhymes, until the whole hamlet vibrates with clashing voices. When you ask why, a man chuckles and says, "The louder we sing, the faster the plague runs away." You suspect the real reason is morale, not medicine, but you find yourself humming along anyway. That's quirky detail number 1, and it works better than most herbs you've seen. Daily kindnesses strike you even harder. A widow receives a loaf of bread every dawn, always left on her doorstep without a word. A sick child, isolated in a hayloft, hears his friends calling stories up to him each night so he will not feel alone. You realise survival here is not just about dodging death, but about stitching life together, patch by patch, until despair has fewer seams to slip through. Your second joke comes when you spot 2 farmers shouting instructions at one another from opposite sides of a cow field. One yells about buckets, the other about udders, both waving wildly. "Congratulations," you mutter. "You've invented medieval long-distance customer support." The farmers don't get it, but the absurdity makes you smile. Then you witness a burial, and it stays with you. The dead are carried to the edge of the village, but the mourners do not gather close. Instead, they stand in a wide circle, torches flickering, voices rising together in song. No one touches, yet no one is alone. You think of city burials you've seen, rushed, lonely, stripped of ritual, and realize this small hamlet has discovered something rare. Dignity preserved by community, even in the shadow of death. Historians still argue whether cooperation or isolation proved more effective against plague. Some insist closeness, no matter how careful, was dangerous. Others say these bonds gave resilience that pure solitude never could. As you watch bread passed carefully on wooden platters and laughter ripple across gaps of space, you wonder if survival is measured only in bodies saved, or also in souls kept whole. One evening a boy offers you ale but places the cup on the ground before stepping back. You lift it with mock solemnity and announce, "Ah yes, the fine vintage of 1349 pairs well with social anxiety." That's joke number 3, and this time even the boy chuckles, cheeks bright in the torchlight. Still, the fragility is clear. Winter presses closer, supplies grow thin, and every cough makes eyes narrow in suspicion. The village's trust feels like glass, beautiful but ready to shatter with one wrong sound. Yet for now, it holds, and that holding is survival itself. You leave at dawn, villagers waving from their doorways, voices carrying across the crisp air. Behind you, the little hamlet fades, but in your mind it glows like a lantern in darkness. A rare survival story not built on walls or herbs, but on cooperation. The stubborn refusal to let fear turn neighbours into enemies. Perhaps you think as the road curves away, that is the bravest gamble of all. The road winds onward, dust clinging to your boots, and the scent of herbs still lingers from that cooperative hamlet you left behind. But soon, the comforting aroma of marigolds gives way to something far more pungent. Garlic thick enough to sting your nose, vinegar sharp enough to bite your throat, and smoke from fires that never seem to die down. You have entered the realm of strange remedies. Villagers and wanderers who swear they've outwitted the Black Death not with walls or solidarity, but with bizarre tricks, rituals and concoctions that sound more like dares than cures. At first glance it looks like a carnival of desperation. Women dangle strings of onions around their children's necks, men slather themselves in foul-smelling oils, and almost everyone seems to be clutching some charm or talisman. You pause to watch a man paint crosses in sheep's blood above his door. His wife insists that demons, not fleas, carry the sickness, and the blood will frighten them away. Historians still argue whether these gestures had any psychological comfort or simply added to the chaos. Either way, the couple survives, and neighbours whisper that their devotion to the gruesome ritual keeps death at bay. One of the quirkiest remedies comes from a midwife you meet on the road. She carries jars of powdered emerald, insisting that swallowing a pinch mixed with honey can drive out illness. You're not sure whether to gag or laugh. Swallowing crushed jewels sounds like medieval luxury detox. Joke number 1 slides off your tongue. Congratulations, madam. You've just invented the world's most expensive sneeze. She frowns, but when you ask if anyone has died after taking a potion, she beams. Not yet, she says proudly, though her sample size seems suspiciously small. Another family lets you into their cottage, where you nearly choke on the stench. They burn rosemary and juniper day and night, filling the air with smoke so dense your eyes water. Yet strangely, they have survived while neighbours fell ill. Maybe the constant smoke kept rats at bay, or maybe it's coincidence. Historians still debate whether fumigation had genuine protective effects, or just made the survivors smell like overcooked meat. Either way, you stumble out gasping and note with a grim smile that the family looks perfectly healthy. But the strangest story arrives when you reach a tavern at the crossroads. The innkeeper swears he and his patrons owe their survival to drinking nothing but ale and wine. No water, ever. He insists water is poisoned, cursed by the heavens, while alcohol is pure. You raise a brow, but then remember that medieval water often carried disease even in normal times. Perhaps his drunken logic holds some truth. You take a cautious sip of ale and mutter, "To survival by perpetual happy hour." That's joke number 2, and it earns a round of laughter from bleary-eyed drinkers who toast you with sloshing cups. Quirky beliefs pile up as you travel further. A shepherd keeps live toads tied in little sacks at his belt, convinced they suck sickness from the air. A washerwoman smears goose fat on her children's chests, claiming it blocks bad spirits from entering their lungs. You watch in disbelief as a young boy runs in circles around a yew tree, his mother explaining that the ritual confuses death itself. Confuse death, you think? I can barely confuse my dog. But somehow the boy survives winter, lending eerie weight to his mother's theory. Not all remedies are harmless. You meet a physician, one of those so-called plague doctors, with his beak mask stuffed with herbs. He recommends bloodletting to balance the humours, leeches crawling across pale skin. You shudder at the sight, certain that draining already weakened patients could only hasten death. Yet some villagers swear they recovered after the ordeal. Historians still argue whether occasional survival was coincidence, or proof that even dangerous remedies sometimes intersected with luck. The most outlandish tale comes from a wandering peddler who tells you in hushed tones of a family surviving. By rubbing themselves daily with a salve made from ground-up frogs and, brace yourself, fermented horse urine, you almost choke laughing. Well, you mutter, at least they'll never worry about being kissed. That's joke number 3, though the peddler assures you he's serious. Whether the family survived because of the salve or despite it remains a mystery, but the tale spreads like wildfire. Proof that desperation knows no dignity. Yet behind the absurdity, you notice a pattern. Strange as these cures seem, many survivors share one thing: ritual. Whether it's vinegar baths, garlic garlands, or endless smoke, the repeated act gives structure, purpose, and hope. Perhaps that is their true medicine. Hope can steady trembling hands, keep people vigilant, and convince them not to give up too soon. Survival may come as much from the mind as from herbs or amulets. As night falls, you sit by a campfire with villagers roasting garlic until the smell makes your stomach turn. They laugh as they share stories of neighbours who scoffed at their remedies and died. You can't help but wonder whether the garlic saved them or whether sheer chance crowned their ritual with meaning. Either way, you feel strangely comforted by their determination, their refusal to surrender to despair. When you rise to leave, a girl presses a clove of garlic into your hand. "Keep it close," she whispers. "It scares the plague." You tuck it into your pouch, not because you believe, but because belief itself seems to carry weight here. Maybe survival is half science, half story, and who are you to discard either when darkness presses so near? The road dips downward, and for the first time in weeks the air feels cooler, moister, tinged with the earthy scent of damp stone. You follow a faint path that seems to vanish into the hillside, marked only by a crooked wooden sign carved with nothing more than a hammer and bucket. The ground gives way to rough steps, and suddenly you're entering a world hidden below the earth, an underground labyrinth where men dig wells, carve tunnels, and, against all odds, live longer than those breathing the open air. Your boots crunch on gravel as you descend into the dimness. The tunnel is low, your head nearly brushing the beams, and the lantern you carry barely pushes back the shadows. Voices echo from deeper within, steady, rhythmic. like the heartbeat of men who have learned to measure time not by sunlight but by dripping water. These are the well diggers, the miners, the ones who spend their days beneath the plague-ridden towns above. By sheer accident, their isolation from streets and markets grants them an improbable shield. The first man you meet is smeared in clay, his skin pale from lack of sun. He greets you with a grin, missing 2 teeth, and gestures for you to follow him to their underground workshop. Here, pickaxes lean against walls, ropes hang like sleeping serpents, and the air is thick with dampness. Strangely, there is no fear in their eyes. They speak of the plague as something distant, a storm raging above ground while they remain snug in their earthy fortress. Historians still argue whether the reduced contact with rats and fleas made this underground life safer, or whether the damp environment carried its own risks. Either way, these men outlast many who breathe fresher air. Daily life is grueling. You watch them haul buckets of water, scrape mud from their boots, and brace timbers with aching arms. Meals are simple: coarse bread, onions, and dried fish, eaten by lantern light while rats scurry in the shadows. Yet laughter rises among them, echoing oddly in the tunnels. Perhaps the rhythm of labour, predictable and unchanging, gives them a steadiness missing in the chaotic villages above. They even have rituals of protection. Before each descent, workers smear clay across their brows, convinced it wards off sickness. You chuckle. Congratulations, gentlemen, you've invented medieval mud masks. Very spashique. That's joke number 1, and though they don't quite catch your sarcasm, they grin and smear a bit of clay on your forehead too, welcoming you into their odd brotherhood. Still, dangers abound. Once you feel the earth tremble slightly, a reminder that collapse is always a heartbeat away. The men tell you of comrades lost not to plague but to falling stone, suffocation, or drowning when underground springs burst through. Yet here is the paradox. Death stalks them daily, yet not the same death that terrorizes everyone else. While towns above are hollowed out by pestilence, these men face risks they can see, hear, and sometimes outrun. It is almost a trade-off. Choose your hazard, hope it spares you. One quirky detail catches your attention. The well-diggers have carved charms directly into the stone. Crude faces, suns, and odd spiral patterns scratched with knives. They believe these images protect the tunnels, keeping death away. Children of the miners even sneak down to add their own doodles, stick figures with wide grins. You run your fingers across the carvings, feeling grooves worn smooth by generations. Whether protective or merely comforting, the walls tell a story of survival etched in rock. At night, the underground echoes with a strange music. Someone brings a fiddle, another taps rhythm on a bucket, and voices rise in songs that seem to shake the ceiling dust loose. The tunes are raucous, often bawdy, and you can't resist joking. Ah, yes, nothing says plague prevention like karaoke in a cave. Joke number 2 earns a roar of laughter that bounces off the walls like thunder, but not all is laughter. You notice their children rarely see the sky, their skin pale, their eyes adjusting poorly to sudden brightness. One miner confesses that when he finally emerges into daylight after weeks underground, he feels dizzy, as if the sun itself is hostile. Historians still argue whether these subterranean families thrived, or whether they merely delayed the inevitable, their health eroding quietly in ways less obvious than plague. Quirks of superstition mingle with real pragmatism. They burn pitch torches constantly, believing the smoke drives sickness away, but in truth, it likely keeps vermin scarce. They refuse to eat meat killed by others, fearing invisible taint, yet drink from underground springs with cheerful confidence. You take a sip yourself and nearly gag at the earthy tang. Perfect vintage, you mutter. Notes of limestone, mould and mild panic. That's joke number 3, and it gets at least one chuckle. A story circulates among them about a miner who once sealed himself deep inside a shaft during an outbreak. For weeks, he lived alone, scraping moss from walls, drinking trickles of water. When he emerged, the plague had burned itself out, and his village was silent. He was the last man standing, not through courage, but sheer, stubborn hiding. His descendants still tell the tale, proof that sometimes survival is just refusing to come up for air until the world has changed. As you prepare to leave, the miners hand you a small carved stone, a token they say keeps misfortune away. You slip it into your pouch beside the garlic clove from earlier, your collection of odd survival trinkets growing heavier. Perhaps none of them hold real power, yet the belief behind them feels stronger than iron. When you climb back into the sunlight, it blinds you. The world above smells harsher, louder, more dangerous. But you carry with you the memory of damp tunnels, echoing songs, and men who found life in darkness while death roamed in daylight. The well-digger's luck is not glamorous, but it is stubborn, and maybe stubbornness is the truest cure of all. The road twists past hedgerows and quiet fields until you reach something unusual. A village that looks as if the world outside has been deliberately forgotten. The lanes are swept clean, the gates firmly barred, and every face that peers at you from behind wooden shutters is cautious, measuring. You've stumbled upon one of the sealed villages, those rare communities that chose not to flee or fight the plague, but to shut themselves away entirely, gambling survival on the strength of their own discipline. At the entrance stands a crude barrier of timber, more symbolic than defensive. 2 men guard it with staffs, but instead of shouting threats, they politely tell you the rules. No entry unless you agree to their quarantine measures, no goods accepted without fumigation, and no touching hands. You're handed a ladle of vinegar to wash with before stepping over the threshold. The sharp liquid stings your skin, but you obey, feeling like you're crossing into a new experiment in human stubbornness. Inside, the village hums with strange order. Families remain in their houses for most of the day, yet windows are thrown open so voices can travel. Food is distributed in rotation, with one household responsible for baking bread, another for drying herbs, another for tending goats. The marketplace is still open, but marked with chalk circles showing where each buyer must stand. Space so wide you'd think they were playing a giant game of marbles. Historians still argue whether such quarantines truly held plague at bay, or merely delayed its arrival. What's certain is that a few, astonishingly, did survive longer than their neighbours. The quirkiest custom greets you at noon. A bell tolls from the church and villagers appear at their thresholds holding long poles tipped with baskets. They exchange food and small parcels by hooking baskets together mid-air, never letting their hands brush. The scene looks absurdly like a fishing tournament gone wrong. You can't help muttering joke number 1. Congratulations, you've invented medieval Amazon Prime, contactless delivery included. A few villagers chuckle despite themselves, the sound brittle but real. Every evening a crier walks the lanes with a painted board strapped to his chest. On it villagers chalk requests: flour, wool, milk, help with mending. Neighbours quietly fulfil them under cover of night, leaving goods at doorsteps. You marvel at how necessity breeds both secrecy and generosity, a fragile balance between fear and kindness. Yet suspicion lurks in every corner. One day, a child sneezes in the square, and immediately mothers drag their own children away, whispering prayers. The accused family is asked, politely but firmly, to isolate in the far barn. You watch their faces pale and stricken as they comply without argument. Survival here demands sacrifice, and sometimes compassion takes second place to collective safety. Historians still debate whether this social cruelty saved lives or shattered communities in the long run. The quirkier superstition is the ring of roses. Children are instructed to scatter petals around the village perimeter each morning, believing the circle keeps pestilence out. You follow them one dawn, watching small hands toss crimson blooms into dew-wet grass. The petals gleam like droplets of blood under the sun. It is haunting, beautiful and futile, yet strangely comforting. Perhaps that is the secret. Not whether the ritual works, but whether the people believe it works. At night the church glows with candles set in every window. Families remain at home, but each lights a flame at the same hour. The entire village becomes a constellation of flickering points, visible even from the distant hills. Standing in the square, you feel as though you're inside a living lantern. You whisper joke number 2. Nothing like synchronized medieval mood lighting. No one hears, but you smile anyway, warmed by the sight. Of course, not everyone agrees with such isolation. You overhear a heated debate between 2 elders, one arguing that God's will cannot be dodged by hiding, the other insisting that God helps those who help themselves. Their voices rise, echoing off the shuttered houses, until a younger villager interrupts with weary pragmatism. Argue later. Right now, we stay alive. You realize that survival often depends less on faith than on compromise. Food grows scarce as weeks stretch into months. Rations shrink, stomachs growl, tempers flare. Once you see a man slip beyond the gate under cover of darkness, desperate for extra grain. He returns, but whispers spread that he may have carried infection back. The next morning he is gone, exiled beyond the barrier. No one speaks of him again. The silence around his absence is as heavy as the smell of vinegar in the streets. Yet the village endures. Children still laugh, chasing each other with sticks, careful not to touch. Women sing while beating laundry on stones, their voices drifting like birds across the square. Men repair roofs and fences, trading nails for firewood. Life shrinks, yes, but it also sharpens. In their narrowed world, the villagers find new ways to weave meaning from routine. Your third joke slips out when you watch a farmer shout instructions to his ox from across the field, waving wildly. Behold, you murmur, the medieval Bluetooth connection, signal strength, one cow. You laugh softly at your own wit, and though no one else notices, the absurdity helps soften the edges of fear. When at last you leave, the gates creak open just wide enough for you to slip through. Behind you, the sealed village remains, lanterns glowing, voices hushed but steady. Ahead, the plague-ridden world waits, chaotic and uncertain. Yet you carry with you the memory of that fragile experiment in isolation. A community that chose unity over panic, even when unity meant closing the door on the rest of humanity. Perhaps survival is never clean or kind, but in their discipline you glimpse a rare victory. A village still breathing when so many others have fallen silent. The sealed village lies far behind you now, and your feet carry you up a road that winds toward another vision of survival, the world of the nobility. The air itself feels different here. Less smoke, less dung, more roses and tilled orchards perfumed by lavender. Ahead, stone walls loom with battlements and fluttering banners, symbols of families who believe or desperately hope that wealth can keep the Black Death at bay. You step beneath an archway where armoured guards stand stiff as statues, and immediately sense the contrast. This is not the anxious chatter of peasants. This is the quiet hum of carefully managed fear, wrapped in silk and silver. The great hall you enter should echo with music and feasting, yet it is almost hollow. Servants move silently, carrying trays covered in cloth, eyes lowered, as though noise itself could summon pestilence. Food is delivered through small hatches, and every item undergoes strange rituals. Fruit soaked in vinegar, bread sprinkled with wine, even coins washed before being handled. One steward explains that letters are smoked over rosemary before being opened. Historians still argue whether these precautions had real medical value or whether they were simply elaborate performances of control. Either way, they reveal how money fuels ritual as much as protection. A noblewoman appears, her gown rustling like whispers. Around her neck hang not pearls but small perfumed sachets filled with ambergris, crushed roses and powdered stones. She swears the scent drives away the corrupted air. You murmur under your breath. Ah yes, the deluxe medieval air freshener. Limited edition smells like panic. Joke number 1, and you grin though no one dares laugh. In another chamber, a young lord attempts to distract his household from fear. Musicians strum lutes, dancers in shimmering gowns twirl, poets recite verses heavy with metaphor. At first the scene glitters, but soon you see the tension. Smiles stretched too thin, steps hurried, wine cups drained too quickly. The performance is not joy. It is survival through distraction. They dance because silence is unbearable. Yet arrogance stalks these halls too. You wander into a manor where the master insists plague is for peasants. He keeps feast twice a week, summoning neighbours, servants, musicians. Goblets clash, laughter rises, and he boasts that no sickness dares cross his gates. But then a guest coughs during a toast. Days later he collapses, and within weeks the estate lies quiet. Pride, you realise, is as fatal as fleas. Some nobles flee deeper into countryside villas. You step into gardens where falcons perch on jewelled gloves, and noble women stroll among lavender hedges. The illusion of safety glows bright here, almost convincing. Yet in a corner of the orchard, you glimpse a cook quietly burying a stable boy at dawn, his small grave marked only by a stone. Even amid perfume and silk, the plague slips in unseen. One quirky detail comes from a countess who orders cinnamon, nutmeg and cloves burned constantly in braziers. Her chambers smell like an eternal bakery. She insists the exotic fumes shield her from infection. You cough and whisper joke number 2. Behold, the first medieval pumpkin spice season, guaranteed to repel appetite if not disease. No one notices, but the absurdity tickles you. Not every estate chooses selfish isolation. One lord, against common practice, opens his gates to nearby villagers, offering food and shelter within his walls. But compassion here wears iron gloves. Guards strictly separate the sick, rules dictate who may enter which rooms, and healers patrol like watchmen. Whispers call him a saint, yet his survival may owe more to discipline than kindness. Historians still debate whether such shared isolation actually worked, or if this family simply survived through fortune. The opposite appears in a crumbling estate where servants, terrified, have fled. A baron wanders his echoing halls, clutching a goblet, shouting at absent staff. He dines alone at a table set for 50, his words slurring into silence. Within weeks he coughs blood into his wine, dying alone, his riches useless. The image stays with you, wealth devoured by solitude. Then, a detail both comical and sad, an intercom carved into stone walls. A lord leans into a speaking tube, bellowing orders that rumble through corridors until a servant hears distorted echoes. You grin and whisper joke number 3. Unlimited medieval yelling minutes. Sign up now. No parchment contract required. The servant hides a smile. The lord remains oblivious. Walking deeper into noble retreats, you feel a strange duality. Wealth buys layers of protection. Doctors on retainer, exotic spices, thick walls. But it also breeds illusions. Some families endure, their vigilance sharpened by fear. Others collapse because arrogance blinds them. You sense that luck plays as large a role as ritual, no matter how many coins are soaked in vinegar. Still, a mainstream fact sits solidly here. In 1348, many noble families across Europe did attempt to isolate themselves in castles or countryside estates, creating miniature quarantines that sometimes worked. Quirky tidbits like gemstone powders worn as jewellery or letters smoked in herbs add strange flavour to their stories. And historians continue to argue whether noble wealth provided genuine medical protection or simply brought better circumstances in which to roll the dice of fate. By the time dawn brightens the sky, you have left behind estates wrapped in silence, smoke and paranoia. Banners still flutter bravely, towers stab the horizon, yet you know how easily they could fall. The Black Death bows to no heraldry, no jewelled necklace, no gilded feast. Still, for a few lords and ladies, retreat into wealth became its own rare survival story, an illusion so carefully maintained that, against the odds, it sometimes worked. The noble retreats shrink behind you as the road bends toward the next thread of survival. Those who wielded not banners or spice smoke but sheer cunning. In a world turned upside down, trickery sometimes proved as strong as steel. You feel the air shift as you enter towns where merchants barter, apothecaries mutter over potions, and desperate souls invent schemes to outwit a plague that refuses to bargain. Here, survival stories unfold not in chapels or castles, but in quick wit and sometimes shameless deceit. Your first encounter is with a cloth merchant. His stall is shuttered, his bolts of wool hidden away, yet he leans in conspiratorially to tell you how he treated his fabrics with herbs that repel sickness. Customers buy at high prices, convinced the cloth carries safety stitched into every thread. You note silently that no herb stops a flea, but the man's purse jingles, and his family eats well. Historians still argue whether such mercantile claims were cynical profiteering or a subconscious attempt to find hope in the familiar. In a narrow alley, you meet a self-proclaimed plague doctor, though his only credentials are a borrowed robe and a beaked mask stuffed with dried lavender. His neighbours pay him with bread and eggs to wave incense over their doorways. He struts like a saviour, though you suspect he's little more than a performer. Still, he survives, and sometimes performance is enough. You smirk and whisper joke number 1. Congratulations, sir. You're basically the medieval influencer, selling hope one smoky brand deal at a time. Others practice trickery more subtly. A miller, desperate to protect his household, claims his flour is blessed. Villagers flock to him, not only buying his grain but also offering him gifts in exchange for a pinch of holy meal. He survives longer than many, though whether through luck or limited contact is impossible to know. Mainstream fact here. Records from Florence and Venice show millers and bakers often continued their work because bread was essential, but many disguised ordinary goods as charms against plague to calm their customers. Quirks abound in these streets. You hear tales of families painting bright red crosses on their own doors, not as warning but as disguise, hoping others would believe plague had already passed through and moved on. It's a chilling reversal of meaning, survival through pretending to be doomed. One evening you enter a tavern where a group of gamblers whisper about a trickster who claimed he could summon spirits to banish sickness. He lit candles, chanted nonsense, then demanded payment. When one man refused, the trickster faked his own collapse, then miraculously recovered, swearing his method worked. You almost laugh aloud, muttering joke number 2. Ah yes, the medieval subscription service. Pay now, cancel never. Some deceptions are less comic. You pass through a district where women sell amulets, promising they are carved from saintly bones. In truth, they are animal fragments painted with ash. Buyers clutch them, desperate, and some sellers survive far longer than their customers. It is cruel, but you cannot deny the grim ingenuity. Historians still debate whether such fraud should be seen as exploitation or as a distorted act of communal hope. Yet not every cunning act is selfish. In one account you hear, a group of orphans survived by pretending to be monks. They shaved their heads unevenly, wrapped themselves in rough robes, and wandered from house to house chanting prayers. Villagers, fearing to harm the holy children, offered them bread and shelter. The disguise saved them through harsh winters until, astonishingly, the plague receded. You feel a pang, trickery born of desperation, yet life preserved nonetheless. A quirky but fascinating tidbit. In certain cities, thieves covered themselves in mixtures of garlic, vinegar, and crushed herbs before looting plague-stricken homes. Later stories grew into the legend of the 4 thieves' vinegar, said to grant immunity. Modern historians doubt the recipe's magic, but the myth persists. You wrinkle your nose at the thought and mutter joke number 3. Congratulations, gentlemen. You invented the medieval all-natural bug spray. Side effect, nobody wants to stand near you. As you move deeper into this world of cunning, you notice a pattern. Trickery is less about defeating plague than about carving illusions of control. Merchants, pretenders, gamblers, they all weave stories, sell charms, or fake authority. Sometimes they buy enough distance to survive. Other times deceit collapses alongside its teller. But the will to twist circumstance, to cheat fate even briefly, is itself a survival story. One mainstream truth emerges. Records from London to Milan describe charlatans and healers side by side, their reputations shifting like dice. Some sold lies, others stumbled into remedies that genuinely helped. Scholars still argue whether society's tolerance of such figures prolonged survival or merely distracted from real measures. The night deepens, and you step out of the market square. Behind you, merchants haggle, false doctors strut, gamblers whisper, and orphans chant fake prayers. They are survivors, not through wealth or devotion, but through sheer audacity. For everyone exposed, another slips by, carrying life into the next dawn. You leave with the strange realization that cunning, whether noble or cruel, often walked hand in hand with survival during the Black Death. You leave behind the tricksters and gamblers of the towns and wander toward the people who had little choice but to face the Black Death with their bare hands. The healers, the physicians, the apothecaries who tried to hold back a tide no prayer or spice smoke could stop. Some worked in official gowns, others in shadowed back rooms with jars of powders and roots, but all carried the same burden. Their story of survival is strange, because it often came not from curing others, but from the desperate measures they took to protect themselves while experimenting on the sick. The first healer you meet is a physician in a long robe of waxed canvas, his face hidden behind the now famous beaked mask. Inside the beak are herbs, juniper, mint, dried roses, camphor, all believed to cleanse the air. The mask makes him look like a bird out of nightmares, yet he insists it shields him from poison miasma, a mainstream historical fact. Such plague doctor outfits really did exist, first documented in the 17th century, but rooted in earlier medieval practices of covering the face with aromatic barriers. He adjusts his gloves and tells you he survives because he never breathes unfiltered air. You nod politely, though part of you wonders if he survives more by luck than leather. In a cramped apothecary's shop, shelves groan with jars labelled in shaky Latin. Ground pearls, powdered emerald, dried toads, snake skins, and bundles of garlic. The apothecary explains, wide-eyed, that he prepares theriacs, complex mixtures of dozens of ingredients once believed to counter any poison. He grinds, stirs, and mutters prayers as he works. Customers come at dawn and dusk, slipping coins onto his table in exchange for potions that smell of vinegar and honey. Quirky tidbit. Some recipes for plague remedies included powdered mummy imported from Egypt, thought to carry ancient healing powers. You shiver at the thought and crack joke number 1. So the cure for death is powdered death. Bold strategy. Not all healers rely on concoctions. In a nearby courtyard, a barber surgeon sharpens his knives preparing to bleed another patient. He insists that sickness comes from imbalanced humours, and by letting blood, he restores order. You watch sceptically as he makes a neat cut, collects crimson liquid in a bowl, and nods with satisfaction. The patient looks less convinced. Still, the barber survives because he avoids touching corpses, focusing only on the living. Historians still argue whether bloodletting hastened death or sometimes relieved pressure from fevers. It is a debate as sharp as his blades. One night, you encounter a healer who takes the opposite path. She's an herbalist living in a hut on the edge of the village. Her remedies are simple: garlic poultices, honey salves, rosemary steam. Neighbours call her a witch, yet they slip to her door when fevers rise. She survives, perhaps because she avoids crowded halls, perhaps because her herbs keep fleas at bay. You whisper joke number 2. Ah yes, garlic. Good for plague, bad for kissing. Medieval multitasking at its finest. Inside the city walls, official physicians argue endlessly. Some insist the planets caused the plague, their alignment spilling poison into the air. Others blame corrupted waters or the wrath of God. They write long treatises by candlelight, but when patients arrive, their hands tremble. You notice that many doctors prescribe not cures but diets, fresh fruits, light meats, plenty of rest in airy rooms. Ironically, this simple advice probably saves more lives than exotic powders. Still, the physicians survive because they keep distance, rarely lingering long in pest houses. You hear rumours of extreme measures. One healer claims to have smoked himself daily in chambers filled with burning juniper and frankincense, refusing to leave until the air was thick with resin. Another swears he avoided infection by drinking vinegar wine every morning. Whether truth or myth, these rituals created a rhythm that gave healers a sense of control. Historians still debate if such practices had any scientific merit, or if survival boiled down to accident and timing. In one chilling tale, a doctor visited plague houses only while holding a live chicken under his arm. He believed the bird absorbed the poison from the air, sparing him. Disturbingly, he replaced the chicken every few days. You can't resist muttering joke number 3. Forget rubber gloves. Try the medieval chicken sleeve, not FDA approved. Some healers became legends. One man in Milan was said to have survived months of tending to victims because he always washed in vinegar after each visit. Another in Avignon allegedly drank crushed emerald dissolved in wine, swearing the gem itself purified his blood. Whether superstition or self-preservation, these habits carved them into rare survivors. But not every healer lived. Many succumbed, collapsing beside their patients. You walk through graveyards where physicians lie buried with the very people they tried to save. Their absence leaves behind apprentices who pick up tools and continue the cycle. In that persistence, you glimpse another kind of survival, not of the individual, but of knowledge. Ideas, flawed as they were, kept flowing from master to student. As you leave this realm of healers, your senses buzz with the smell of vinegar, garlic, and smoke clinging to your clothes. You carry the image of beaked masks, jars of theriac, bleeding bowls, and whispered prayers. They remind you that in the face of a plague without cure, people tried everything. Science, superstition, desperation. Some methods failed spectacularly, others by chance bought enough distance to keep a few souls alive. The healer's survival was not glamorous, not guaranteed, but it left echoes that reach you centuries later. And though many perished, those who endured remind you that even in chaos, humanity keeps experimenting, hoping, and stubbornly clinging to life. The smoky scent of incense clings to your hair as you step into a street alive with sound. Bells tolling, voices chanting, drums thumping in rhythm with bare feet on cobblestones. You have walked from healers and herb sellers into a different world, one where survival isn't sought in poultices or potions but in ritual, prayer, and penance. In the age of the Black Death, belief often counted as the last defence when all else failed. Tonight, you join the press of bodies as faith takes form before your eyes. The first group you see are the flagellants. Dozens of men march in grim silence, robes torn, backs bare to the cold. Each holds a whip tipped with iron studs. On cue, they swing the lash, striking themselves until blood streaks across pale skin. With every blow, they chant pleas for mercy, convinced that only suffering can turn away divine wrath. A mainstream historical fact is that these flagellant movements swept across Europe in 1348-1349, sometimes welcomed as holy, other times banned for causing unrest. Here, their rhythm is hypnotic. Step, whip, cry, step, whip, cry. People kneel as the line passes, desperate to absorb even a shred of the penitent's sacrifice. Some carry scrolls. Letters claiming their pain buys not just personal forgiveness, but redemption for entire towns. Villagers press forward, touching the bloody whips as if they carry blessing. You murmur with a half smile, joke number 1. Congratulations, you've invented the medieval group coupon. Sin savings for all, no expiration date. The image is grisly yet absurd enough to draw a chuckle. A little further down the square, relics gleam in firelight. Priests hoist golden cases aloft, each said to contain a saint's bone, a fragment of a robe, even a nail from the crucifixion. Crowds surge to kiss the reliquaries, tears streaming, hands trembling. The air smells of sweat, wax, and desperation. Here comes a quirky tidbit. In some Italian towns, statues of local saints were carried from house to house, left overnight as if the carved wood could soak up disease like a sponge. Imagine falling asleep with a wooden saint staring from your corner, comforting or deeply unsettling. Yet ritual is never uniform. In one church, a priest insists plague is punishment for gluttony, demanding his flock fast on bread and water. Across the street, another priest preaches that mercy is earned through generosity, urging rich merchants to give away fortunes. Entire neighbourhoods split along these lines, half gaunt from fasting, half bustling with charitable feasts. Historians still argue whether religion soothed or heightened panic, whether sermons offered hope or sharpened guilt. You drift between chapels, ears ringing with contradictory truths. Inside a small chapel, a priest blesses herbs, bundles of sage, rosemary, thyme. Families clutch them as if infused with holy power. You can't resist joke number 2. Holy basil, literally. Sprinkle it on your pasta and plague evaporates. A few listeners smirk nervously, then cross themselves in case laughter offends heaven. Outside the city walls, faith grows stranger. At dusk, villagers gather in fields to stage plays of repentance. Children play angels, farmers kneel as sinners, and crowds chant litanies until dawn. Some claim these passion plays shielded their communities. Others recall them as plague magnets, attracting visitors who carried infection. Still, in the memory of survivors, they become proof that ritual stitched people together when everything else fell apart. In convents, devotion took a different form. One convent in Brabant sealed its doors, refusing all contact. The nuns prayed hourly, fasted strictly, and shared food in silence. Against the odds, most survived. Was it faith rewarded, or just an accidental quarantine? To them the answer was obvious. God's shelter. To you it looks like discipline wrapped in prayer, but faith also spilled into darker corners. Some preachers incited fear, pointing fingers at minorities, travellers, anyone other. Violence flared, pogroms, burnings, mass expulsions. For the frightened, this felt like purification. For the victims, it was horror. And yet some towns that indulged in violence collapsed anyway, while others that resisted survived. Faith could unite or destroy, a double-edged sword carved into history. Through it all, smaller rituals endure. Families gather nightly, whispering psalms. Mothers draw crosses on children's foreheads. Fathers recite the Lord's Prayer as candles gutter low. These private acts lack spectacle, but provide something sturdier, calm. In a world where nothing feels certain, repeating the same prayer every night builds rhythm, and rhythm feels like survival. Stories circulate of miracles. A church bell rings on its own at midnight. A statue of Mary sheds tears. A shepherd claims he saw angels sweeping sickness from rooftops. Are these true? Probably not. Do they matter? Absolutely. For communities on the edge, such visions transform fear into endurance. Even false hope buys another day. You whisper joke number 3. If a statue cries in the forest and no one sees it, is it still a miracle or just bad weathering? Somewhere a monk would scold you, but the thought lightens the mood. By dawn, processions dwindle, candles gutter, chants fade, whips lie still. Yet in the silence left behind, you recognize faith's paradox. It did not always save bodies, but it carried spirits. Ritual transformed panic into action, even if the action was illogical or dangerous. For every flagellant who collapsed, another villager gained courage to rise the next morning. Survival stories born from ritual may sound improbable, yet they reveal how belief itself became a kind of medicine, sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, but always powerful. The road takes you away from torches and chanting choirs, leading into quieter places where survival has nothing to do with prayer or flagellation, but with sheer ingenuity. Tonight you step into the realm of tricksters, fools, and fortune-tellers, those who manage to outwit the Black Death, or at least convince others they could. Their stories may sound ridiculous, but within the nonsense lies a thread of truth. Sometimes deception itself gave people just enough courage to endure. You first stumble upon a market square where a man in mismatched robes shouts promises to the frightened. He sells amulets carved from bone, each engraved with strange symbols. He claims these charms are guaranteed to repel plague demons. The crowd buys them eagerly, tucking them under shirts, pinning them to children's cribs. The seller grins wide, clearly more focused on profit than salvation. A mainstream historical fact is that talismans, prayers on parchment and protective symbols, were widely used during the plague years. Even educated doctors wore them. Survival here might not come from magic, but from the placebo effect. Fear eases, stress lowers, and sometimes the body holds on a little longer. At the corner, a jester juggles onions and garlic bulbs, insisting that constant laughter and a diet of strong-smelling food are foolproof defences. You watch villagers laugh until their sides ache, then buy up his garlic supply. You can't help whispering joke number 1. At least their breath alone might keep strangers 6 feet away. Medieval social distancing achieved. The absurdity masks the fact that sometimes shared laughter really did keep despair at bay. Further on, you find a fortune teller surrounded by painted cards and glass beads. She claims to see who will live and who will die. People line up, not for truth but for comfort. If she says they will survive, they cling to hope. If she says death, they confess sins quickly and prepare with dignity. Historians still argue whether these fortune tellers exploited the desperate or genuinely offered psychological relief. Either way, their tents became strange sanctuaries where survival meant grasping control, however illusory. Another figure entertains you, a so-called alchemist with a sack of powders against pestilence. He demonstrates by tossing a pinch into the fire, releasing coloured smoke. Villagers gasp, convinced he is driving away invisible spirits. The quirky tidbit: some alchemists actually sold powdered emeralds or crushed gemstones as cures, believing the purity of precious stones could neutralize corruption. Imagine spending your fortune drinking liquid sapphire only to still sneeze yourself into the grave. You mutter joke number 2. Talk about an expensive bathroom trip, worth more than the throne itself. Not all tricksters were cynical. In one village, a miller spread the rumour that he had a secret protective spell. He offered to carve its letters on doorframes for free. Overnight, the town glowed with symbols, crosses, spirals, nonsense words. Oddly enough, few people there died. Was it divine blessing, clever quarantine, or just luck? The survivors swore by the miller's spell for generations. Skeptics today shake their heads, but even false confidence may have stopped villagers from fleeing and spreading contagion further. Elsewhere, musicians played their role. Fiddlers and drummers wandered from square to square, insisting that loud music scared away plague spirits. People danced in circles, breathless, sweating. Though the gatherings could spread infection, the motion and laughter offered relief from paralysis. One chronicler even described a dance of survival, where those who joined seemed spared. Science frowns, but the rhythm of a drum may have indeed lifted immune systems. You imagine the scene, tapping your own foot as if carried by invisible strings. Of course, for every survivor's tale there were countless victims. Tricksters often succumb to their own lies, found dead with charms still around their necks. Yet stories of the few who lived spread faster than infection. If a clown survived by juggling garlic, maybe you could too. If a fortune teller promised life, maybe tomorrow would dawn brighter. It's survival not just in body but in story, myth reshaping despair. You enter a tavern thick with smoke. A storyteller spins yarns about a farmer who fooled death by hiding in a haystack, or a shepherd who painted lambs with holy signs until wolves and plague avoided them. The audience roars with laughter, clinks mugs, breathes easier. You can't resist joke number 3. If painting sheep works, someone should try graffitiing the rats. In truth, humour became its own defence, shared tales weaving shields no physician could provide, and in the hush that follows you recognise the strange paradox. Lies, jokes, charms, nonsense rituals, they didn't cure the plague, but they granted people agency when helplessness was crushing. Some truly survived, others only believed they might, but belief itself brought precious calm. Perhaps survival in these stories is less about bodies and more about spirits. As you leave the tavern, night air cool on your face, you realise you've just walked through a carnival of hope. Tricks and laughter, scams and faith, they blurred together. Against the shadow of the Black Death, the human instinct to jest, trick and imagine proved unkillable. And sometimes that spark alone was enough to keep people alive. The path you walk is no longer lined with the grandeur of monasteries or the dramatic rituals of desperate townsfolk. Instead, you tread into fields, cottages and hidden corners of a Europe that survived quietly, almost invisibly, while the Black Death roared through cities and markets. These are the ordinary survival stories, small acts of persistence that never made it into gilded manuscripts yet kept the world turning. You come first to a farmer's plot. The air smells of turned soil and hay stacked against a half-collapsed barn. Here, a family shut themselves inside when rumours of sickness swept their parish. They had salted pork, jars of beans and barrels of rainwater. Instead of fleeing, they bolted their shutters and waited. Months later they stepped outside, pale and stiff, but alive, a mainstream historical fact. Rural households who controlled their own food and water sometimes survived better than crowded towns, because fleas and rats spread faster in dense markets than in isolated cottages. It was not strategy as much as stubborn patience. Moving along a stony ridge you find a shepherd with a weathered crook. He shrugs when asked how he lived. His flock jingles with bells tied around their necks. The quirky tidbit. Many herders believed bells frightened away plague spirits, creating hillsides that rang like strange symphonies of survival. You can't help but smirk. Joke number 1. Imagine surviving history's deadliest pandemic just because your sheep doubled as medieval alarm clocks. Down in a hollow by the river, a washerwoman claims her cleanliness saved her. She boiled clothes, scrubbed skin, and drank only clear water. Whether or not hygiene mattered, avoiding crowded taverns and markets certainly did. Still, historians argue whether bathing truly reduced risk, or if survivors like her were simply lucky outliers. To her, the scent of lavender soap was divine armour. To you, it's coincidence wearing perfume. Near the woods, a band of tinkers repairs battered pots. Villagers once shunned them, fearing outsiders carried sickness. Ironically, exile forced them to camp far away, which reduced contact and saved their lives. One man mutters, "No one wanted us, so we lasted." Joke number 2 slides in. Turns out being unpopular was the ultimate medieval health plan. He grins, pride disguised as bitterness. Farther on, in a crumbling cellar, you stumble upon a story told in whispers. A thief hiding from guards barricaded himself with barrels of wine. By the time he staggered out, thin and reeking of drink, his entire neighbourhood had died. Survival had come not from virtue, but from mischief and a well-stocked vineyard. Elsewhere, sailors stranded on tiny islands lived on fish and rainwater, missing the plague entirely. They returned months later to find their ports emptied. To them, survival tasted like loneliness, not miracle. Then come the children, fragile yet unforgettable. Records tell of hamlets where every adult perished, leaving one child wandering the lanes. Neighbours called it divine protection. a sign that innocence itself scared death away. More likely, the child had been isolated or had natural immunity. Still, the image clings, a single figure in two large shoes walking through silence. Joke number 3 whispers in, world champion of hide-and-seek, undefeated because everyone else gave up. Permanently. Dark, yes, but laughter's always been another way to breathe through fear. In another village, a miller carved odd letters above doors. He swore they were spells. Weeks later, fewer deaths were counted there. Was it magic? Was it that he happened to mark houses on the edge of town where rats rarely wandered? Or did his strange ritual simply make people cautious enough to stay indoors? Faith, chance, or placebo? It blurred together. Survival often wore disguises, and sometimes survival was just migration. Families wandered into mountains, slept in caves, or followed herds into empty valleys. They returned to ruined homes, but they returned nonetheless. Chroniclers rarely noted them, preferring tales of noble sacrifices or miraculous visions. But the truth is that survival often looked like stubborn walking, blistered feet, and hunger gnawed down to the bone. What ties these scattered lives together is not glory, but persistence. They lived without witnesses, without scribes. Their stories passed by word of mouth, reshaped into half myth. Yet villages rebuilt because they tilled the fields again, milked cows again, lit hearths again. Without them, no grand chronicle would matter. Scholars still debate how many survivors were truly that ordinary, whether numbers were higher in countryside hamlets, or whether such anecdotes were embroidered later. But even in argument, one truth stands. Survival itself was never evenly distributed, and sometimes the humblest hands held the future. You continue down the track, past cottages with low thatched roofs and lanes scattered with hens. You feel the strange humility of these stories. They are not relics or prophecies. They are beans in a sack, bells on sheep, a thief in a cellar, a child wandering barefoot. Yet they carried tomorrow on their shoulders. They remind you that history is not just the loud tragedies, but also the quiet continuations. When you finally pause, the fields are hushed under twilight. Smoke curls from a single chimney. Somewhere a sheep bell tinkles faintly, as if mocking death with every note. And in that sound, small, ordinary, unremarkable, you hear the persistence of life itself. The streets you wander are not the silent avenues of plague time, but the hesitant stirrings of life after. The year may be the same on the calendar, but the rhythm has changed. You step into aftermath towns, places once hollowed to the bone, now echoing with the awkward sounds of return. Chickens scratch again in dusty lanes. Children peek from behind half-repaired shutters. Survivors filter back, blinking like owls who lived too long in darkness. Picture a hamlet in England. At the height of the plague, every family but one vanished or perished. Months later, distant cousins, neighbours from safer valleys, and even strangers trickled in. They claimed empty cottages, ploughed abandoned fields, and gave the ghostly place a heartbeat again. A mainstream historical fact. Across Europe, thousands of villages were abandoned, yet others were reoccupied, reshaped by newcomers who seized the chance at land and shelter. Aftermath towns became patchwork quilts stitched from the desperate, the daring, and the dispossessed. The sounds of building returned first. Hammer strikes, mule carts dragging timber, shouts over new thatch. Survival required not only living through plague months, but also enduring the eerie aftermath. Imagine being the lone survivor of a street, sweeping debris while crows circle overhead. Your neighbours return, not as people, but as memories carved into absence. Joke number 1 slips in. Homeowners' associations never had so few complaints. Most members were already permanently excused. In Italy, chroniclers describe citizens moving into once grand palazzos, their rightful owners gone. Poor cobbler suddenly lived with frescoed ceilings above him. He survived poverty and plague only to find himself wandering echoing marble halls, wondering which fork to use at supper. Historians still argue whether this redistribution created real social mobility, or if old elites eventually reclaim their dominance. For a time, though, aftermath towns bent rules, and new hierarchies flickered into being. Some returns were haunting. In southern France, survivors painted crosses on the doors of houses where no one remained. When newcomers arrived, they sometimes repainted the doors, not to honour the dead, but to erase them. To live again meant to whitewash sorrow. But grief bled through cracks in plaster, whispered in alleyways, and lingered in the silence when bells tolled with too few listeners. Markets reopened hesitantly. Farmers brought grain to squares that once thrummed with hundreds but now drew mere dozens. Coins exchanged hands like relics of a fallen world. Quirky tidbit. Some towns reintroduced livestock to city streets. Goats grazing between stalls. Pigs wandering into courtyards, because humans were too few to maintain order. Imagine bargaining for onions while a goat chews your cloak. Survival looked rustic, unpolished, slightly ridiculous. In northern Germany, a woman returned to find her entire family gone but the brewery still standing. She reopened it, serving ale to fellow survivors. Soon the tavern bustled, not with joy, but with the relief of shared company. The ale might not cure plague, but it cured loneliness. Joke number 2. After all, beer has always been the medieval Wi-Fi. It connects everyone in the room instantly. Still, not all aftermath was cheerful. Empty homes often became contested property. Brothers fought cousins, strangers forged deeds, and courts overflowed. Some survivors survived only to spend years in lawsuits. In one Flemish town, 2 families moved into the same abandoned mill. Rather than fight, they split it down the middle, literally sawing beams and dividing grindstones. Survival, it turns out, could involve a lot of bickering carpentry. Children roamed aftermath towns like ghosts in training. With few adults, they carried water, tended goats, and sometimes ran entire households. Many grew up without parents but gained fierce independence. Chroniclers noted how quickly orphans formed new kin groups, calling one another brother and sister, even without blood ties. Out of grief sprouted substitute families. These fragile bonds were the glue holding aftermath towns together. Worship also returned differently. In some places, priests were too few, so villagers held prayers in barns. In others, survivors sang psalms in cracked voices, no choirs left to harmonize. Bells rang again, but their sound was hollow compared to memory. Yet even hollow bells stitched the rhythm of life back into place. Historians debate whether the quick revival of ritual meant true faith endured, or whether people merely clung to routine as a comfort against terror. Either way, the rituals gave aftermath town shape. You pause by a half-ruined bridge, stones missing but still standing. Children chase each other across, their laughter sharp against the emptiness. In that moment, survival reveals itself not in grand deeds, but in ordinary games. It is in laughter echoing over ruins, in bread baked again, in quarrels over property lines. And yes, there were jokes even then. In one Tuscan town, a survivor painted on his door, "House guaranteed plague-free, previous tenants all tested positive." It was grim humour, but humour nonetheless. Joke number 3. When life gives you pestilence, make pestilential lemonade, preferably with extra wine. By nightfall, aftermath towns settle into silence. Smoke curls from a few chimneys, dogs bark at shadows, and you feel the strange balance between absence and return. These places were graveyards turned cradles, sorrow turned soil. They remind you that survival is not just a heartbeat. It is rebuilding, repainting, reheating ovens, sweeping thresholds. The plague ended in waves, but aftermath stretched longer. Towns never looked the same again. Streets bore invisible scars, families carried missing names, and even laughter felt different. Yet these towns endured. Their endurance was not heroic. It was uneven, messy, often petty. But it was real, and without them the continent would have remained a patchwork of ruins. You walk into a church courtyard at dawn, and immediately the air feels heavier than stone. The plague has passed in waves, yet its shadow clings most stubbornly here, in the realm of faith. Survivors cluster beneath weathered arches, their eyes a mixture of gratitude, suspicion, and the kind of unease that no hymn can quite wash away. The bells ring, though softer than before, as if even bronze hesitates to declare certainty in a world where prayers once fell silent. Here you meet the shifting faith of the aftermath, where survival reshaped belief as much as the pestilence reshaped villages. Before the plague, religion was rhythm itself. The calendar ticked with saints' feast days, processions of relics, indulgences traded like currency, and bells marking the hours of devotion. Every sickness had its assigned prayer, every harvest its ritual blessing. Then came the Black Death. It ignored relics, toppled priests, mocked processions. A mainstream historical fact. Trust in the Catholic Church eroded significantly during and after the plague, opening space for reformers, mystics, and fringe groups to thrive. Survivors stared at their half-burnt candles and wondered why wax melted while loved ones still perished. On one road, you see the flagellants, barefoot, backs raw, whipping themselves bloody in public squares. They chant hymns that sound more like dirges, convinced the plague was divine punishment. Crowds gather, half in awe, half in horror. On another street, mystics claim visions guide them, while a widow hawks holy charms at inflated prices. Joke number one surfaces, because nothing screams divine protection like haggling for a relic in the middle of a pandemic clearance sale. Others turned inward rather than outward. Hermits retreated to hillsides, believing solitude and prayer offered the purest shield. One carved psalms into a cave wall using ash, claiming each verse kept death away. Was it devotion or isolation that saved him? Historians still argue whether piety itself lowered risk or whether accidental early social distancing was the real miracle. The hermit doesn't care. He thanks God regardless. At markets, you notice an unusual trade. Alongside bread and onions, merchants sell amulets, tiny scrolls inscribed with the names of the three magi folded into pouches. The quirky tidbit: people believed wearing these scrolls repelled plague, like a medieval vaccination card dangling from your neck. Guards at city gates sometimes allowed entry to anyone displaying one, muttering, "Better the magi than nothing." You picture flashing yours at modern airport security, though TSA would probably confiscate it for being too magical. Priests who stayed earned lifelong reverence. Survivors whispered their names with awe, recalling how they gave last rites when others fled. Those who abandoned towns, however, carried a stain that no confession washed away. Communities fractured. Some worshipped with renewed intensity, Others sneered at clerical hypocrisy. Was true faith expressed in facing death or in surviving to shepherd later? Joke number 2 hovers. Medieval Yelp reviews for priests basically read, 5 stars if he stayed, 0 stars if he ran. Art told its own story. Frescoes once painted with triumphant saints now showed skeletons dancing hand in hand with kings, merchants, even bishops. This new motif, the danse macabre, declared that death spared no rank, robe or relic. Faith had become grimly democratic. Children's rhymes captured the mood, little voices singing verses that mocked both fate and authority. One rhyme went, "Pig or priest, all dig the same pit." Imagine falling asleep to that lullaby, yet faith did not collapse. Pilgrimages revived as soon as roads felt safe. People crowded toward Compostela, Canterbury and Rome, dragging candles, coins and weary feet. Pilgrimage became penance, therapy and fitness program all in one. Joke number 3. Basically, a medieval version of a step count challenge. Walk hundreds of miles, drop your sins, maybe even drop a shoe size. Folk rituals multiplied too. Families tied rags to trees, buried bread in fields, or blessed wells with whispered charms. Christianity blended with older customs, a patchwork faith stitched from fear and memory. To scholars, this was syncretism. To villagers, it was simple insurance. Why not cover all your bases? Political leaders noticed. Kings funded chapels not to martyrs but to Our Lady of Survival, or St. Sebastian, protector against pestilence. Historians debate whether these dedications reflected genuine devotion or calculated politics, a way to pacify populations traumatized by death. Either way, new prayers filled the sky, each one a bargaining chip for stability. One widow you pass lights candles, one for her dead children, another for herself. She whispers thanks for her survival, though no theology satisfies her. She doesn't care about councils or papal decrees. Her faith is raw, personal, fragile as patched cloth. One breath after another is miracle enough. That paradox hums everywhere. The plague birthed skeptics and zealots, hermits and tricksters, reformers and loyalists. It mocked relics, yet fueled pilgrimages, shattered trust, yet multiplied rituals. Faith survived, but like its people, it was scarred, uneven, endlessly debated. You walk away, bells echoing behind you, not commanding obedience, but offering something more tentative. Believe if you can, doubt if you must, live either way. You make your way into a cramped workshop where smoke curls through rafters and shelves bend under the weight of jars filled with herbs, powders, and unidentifiable chunks of something best left unexamined. The scent hits you first. Sharp rosemary, bitter wormwood, sweet sage, and something suspiciously like mouldy socks. Welcome to the realm of the new healers, the survivors who carved roles for themselves when plague left entire villages without doctors or priests. In the aftermath, people turned not only to faith, but also to hands that promised practical remedies. You sit down on a 3-legged stool, and the healer begins her pitch with all the confidence of a medieval infomercial. Before the plague, medicine was dominated by learned physicians quoting Galen and Hippocrates. They prescribed bloodletting, balanced humours, and charged fees that only wealthy merchants could afford. Then came the Black Death, ripping through communities so quickly that theory collapsed under the weight of corpses. The mainstream historical fact here is this. The shortage of licensed doctors after the plague allowed midwives, herbalists and local healers to step into the vacuum, reshaping medical culture for generations. Where a university degree once guaranteed authority, survival and reputation now mattered more. One woman shows you her prize concoction, a paste of garlic, wine, and crushed rose petals. She swears it pulls poison from the air. Does it work? Hard to say, but at least it makes your breath smell like a salad. Another sells vinegar-soaked cloths to tie around your face. It keeps the pestilence out, she insists. You think it sounds like the medieval version of scented masks. Joke number 1 rises. Medieval PPE, now available in garlic, vinegar, and odour-questionable hygiene. Among these new healers are cunning folk, men and women who mix herbs with whispered charms. They treat wounds with comfrey, calm fevers with willow bark, and sneak in a prayer or two for good measure. Sometimes they succeed, sometimes not. Still, they earn respect, because they try when others hide. You notice people no longer dismiss them as superstitious peasants. Survival rewrote reputations, and suddenly the herbalist who once sat at the market's edge is seated at its centre. Of course, not all remedies were so herbal. One healer demonstrates a truly alarming practice, stuffing a dead frog into a cloth bag and tying it around the patient's neck, waiting for the frog to swell with sickness and draw it out. That's the quirky tidbit of this section. Somehow, patients reported occasional improvement, though skeptics suggest it was the rest, hydration, or perhaps just the placebo effect of believing a frog had your back. Scholars puzzle over whether these healers prolonged lives or merely offered comfort. Historians still debate whether herbal remedies had measurable impact against plague itself, or whether survival came from chance, isolation, or natural immunity. Yet debate misses the heart of the matter. For survivors, these healers represented action in a world where prayers alone seemed powerless. Even placebo can save morale. In towns scarred by loss, apprentice networks formed. Young people, orphaned by plague, apprenticed to healers instead of priests or bakers. They learned to grind herbs, boil syrups, and keep records of treatments that seemed to help. Over time, these notes became proto-manuals, passed from hand to hand, shaping folk medicine into something sturdier. One could argue this was the seed of a later medical practice, observation over authority, results over rhetoric. But competition brewed. University-trained doctors scoffed at herbalists, branding them as charlatans. Laws were drafted in some cities to restrict who could practice medicine, yet enforcement was laughable. Imagine trying to fine someone when half your officials are either dead or too busy recovering from trauma. Joke number 2 emerges. It's hard to regulate healers when your entire licensing board is 6 feet under. You sit with a healer who explains her system. 4 piles of dried plants, each linked to a bodily humour. Blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile. She listens to your pulse, squints at your tongue, then prescribes a blend of fennel tea and sage smoke. You wonder if she genuinely believes it works, or if belief itself is part of the cure. Watching her confidence, you almost feel better already. Communities embraced these figures not just for cures, but for presence. They were midwives who comforted mothers, neighbours who stayed when disease struck, herbalists who offered both remedies and reassurance. Healing was less about eliminating plague, an impossible task, and more about restoring dignity, easing pain, giving survivors hope that not everything was helpless. Of course, scammers thrived too. One man sells you a jar labelled powder of unicorn horn. You peer closer, it's just ground up deer antler. He shrugs and insists, close enough. Joke number 3. Turns out unicorn horn was the original medieval brand of snake oil, except rarer and harder to refund. Still, genuine innovation sprouted. Survivors experimented with quarantine, fumigation and rudimentary hygiene. Some healers advised boiling clothes, washing hands with vinegar, even burning bedding, practices that hinted at an understanding of contagion centuries ahead of germ theory. It wasn't science yet, but it was a start, a survival instinct wrapped in ritual. By twilight you leave the workshop with a small pouch of herbs, not entirely convinced of their medicinal value, but strangely reassured by the healer's calm. Around you, survivors chatter, comparing remedies, trading recipes, arguing over whose concoction worked best. In this noisy, smoky marketplace of medicine, you realise something essential. Survival wasn't only about avoiding death. It was about finding someone willing to stand beside you, stir the pot, and whisper that tomorrow might feel lighter. You wander through a street that looks less like a city and more like a broken chessboard. Roofs sag where beams collapsed, whole neighbourhoods gape with silence, and weeds claim the stones once worn smooth by cartwheels. Survivors stand among the ruins, eyes tracing the outlines of homes that no longer exist, debating whether to rebuild, move, or simply leave the past as ashes. The Black Death did not just take lives, it hollowed out the bones of cities. What comes next depends on the survivors' stubborn will to stitch the pieces together. At first the silence dominates. Markets no longer roar, taverns no longer buzz. A baker returns to his stall, lighting the oven with trembling hands. He sets out 3 loaves, though once he baked hundreds. Slowly, customers trickle back, each transaction carrying the weight of defiance. This is how cities breathe again. 1 loaf, 1 step, 1 cautious smile at a time. The mainstream historical fact. After the plague, many European towns launched rebuilding programs, offering land grants, tax breaks, and special privileges to lure survivors and newcomers back into hollowed cities. Empty spaces became opportunities for those bold enough to fill them. You overhear a councilman boasting about his city's new regulations. Half-price stalls in the market, free beer for masons. Okay, maybe not the beer, but incentives flowed generously. Leaders knew survival required rebuilding infrastructure and morale in equal measure, and it worked. Farmers moved in from surrounding villages, artisans resettled abandoned houses, and slowly the hum of life returned. Joke number 1 floats in. Imagine your landlord offering lower rent because half the neighbourhood died. Grim, but at least you finally get that balcony view. Rebuilding wasn't just practical, it was symbolic. Towns commissioned new churches, not necessarily larger but more decorated, plastered with frescoes of skeletons and saints, reminding everyone that resilience itself was holy. Public squares hosted commemorative crosses or fountains, monuments to both loss and recovery. Survivors carved phrases like, "We endure," or "Life rises," into stone lintels. The city itself became a canvas of collective therapy. Not every survivor returned to the same profession. With labour scarce, carpenters suddenly charged double, masons chose their projects, and women stepped into trades once barred to them. Whole guild structures bent under the pressure of necessity. This economic shift reshaped urban life, giving rise to new middle classes. Historians still debate whether this was the true beginning of Europe's later urban prosperity, or simply a short-term adjustment to labour scarcity. Either way, you see the results. Women at forges, apprentices running workshops, farmers becoming merchants almost overnight. The rebuilding effort included quirky touches too. One town insisted on wider streets, not out of aesthetic ambition, but because residents believed air circulated better and would prevent future pestilence. That's the quirky tidbit. Urban planning by superstition. Still, the result sometimes looked remarkably modern. Open squares, wider avenues, better ventilation. Accidentally, fear of plague nudged cities toward healthier layouts. You step into a construction yard where survivors labour on half-built homes, children scavenge bricks, women carry buckets of lime, men hammer beams into place. No one waits for architects. It's improvisation at its rawest. The laughter of children playing in dust, even with hunger in their bellies, sounds louder than hammers. It is the sound of people refusing to vanish. Not all ruins revived. Some towns dwindled into ghost villages swallowed by forest. Survivors migrated to bigger cities, consolidating population. You cross one abandoned hamlet, where ivy climbs over church doors and foxes sleep in the nave. The silence is haunting, yet also strangely peaceful. Sometimes rebuilding meant letting go, acknowledging that not every place could rise again. Back in the cities, new industries grew. With fewer mouths, grain prices dropped, freeing resources for artisans. Cloth production soared, trade routes reopened, and survivors with skills found themselves courted by rival towns. Joke number 2 whispers. Basically, the world's first job fair, except the recruiter is just shouting, "We have less plague, come here." Markets reappeared, though smaller. You wander stalls of tanners, cobblers, spice sellers. The goods may be fewer, but bargaining is fierce. With fewer producers, competition favoured the workers for once. Masons demanded meat as part of payment. Bakers negotiated for firewood. For survivors, the marketplace was no longer just about commerce. It was about reclaiming the rhythm of life, about proving that not everything had burned to ash. The rebuilding had a psychological edge. Survivors planted gardens not just for food, but for beauty. Patches of roses, lilies, and herbs lining ruined walls. Artisans carved cheerful figures into new doors. Lions, birds, even the occasional dancing goat. These touches were not frivolous. They were acts of defiance against despair. Rebuilding cities meant rebuilding hope, brick by brick, blossom by blossom. Some leaders used this moment for politics. Kings and dukes funded public works, using plague recovery to consolidate power. Streets were widened, fortifications strengthened, water systems repaired. Historians argue whether these projects were altruistic or opportunistic, aimed less at healing survivors than at tightening royal control. Still, a new fountain feels like a blessing no matter who paid for it. As you leave one square, you notice a mason carving his initials into fresh mortar. He smiles when you ask why. "Because when the next plague comes," he says, "I want them to know we built anyway." His words hang in the dusty air, heavy yet hopeful. That is the essence of survivors rebuilding cities. Not certainty, not immunity, but determination to leave marks in stone that whisper, "We endured." Joke number 3 closes the day. Medieval motivational posters would just show a half-rebuilt house with the caption, "At least it's not on fire anymore." You step back into the street where laughter mingles with hammering, where ruins crumble beside scaffolding, and where survivors carry both grief and bricks on their backs. The city is imperfect, fragile, scarred, but it breathes again, and so do you. You follow a winding path into a courtyard where children play among broken stones. Their laughter echoes strangely against walls still bearing soot stains, a bright defiance against silence. The plague may have taken their parents, siblings, entire households, yet these children are here, scraping together games from pebbles, scraps of cloth, and fragments of a world that collapsed before they could understand it. They are the children of the aftermath, living proof that survival does not end with the last toll of a funeral bell. It continues in small voices, muddy knees, and stubborn joy. Some are true orphans, folded into monasteries or convents where monks teach them prayers alongside basic skills. Others live with distant relatives or are passed between households like burdens too heavy to bear. And some wander, forming ragged bands along the edges of towns. Their fates diverge sharply, yet each path reflects how plague reshaped the fabric of family. The mainstream historical fact. Many European cities created new laws after the Black Death to regulate inheritance and guardianship of orphaned children, because so many estates suddenly lacked heirs. Survival reshaped not only households, but the legal codes that bound them. In the streets, you spot a boy dragging a stick through dust, pretending it's a horse. His sister balances on a wall, her arms wide, announcing herself queen of their ruined block. Games become survival too. Practice in imagination, rehearsal for authority, distraction from hunger. Joke number 1 slips in. Who needs expensive toys when half a collapsed city is your playground? Not every scene is cheerful. You pass a girl begging at the marketplace, her hand outstretched, her other clutching a rag doll. She knows hunger more intimately than lullabies. A baker slips her a crust, not out of charity alone, but out of recognition. Every survivor owes survival to someone else. Children magnify that truth. Schools, when they reopen, overflow with smaller classes but heavier responsibility. Teachers take in more orphans, feeding them as much bread as knowledge. With fewer pupils, some children rise quickly, learning letters and sums usually reserved for elites. This education gap, widened by plague, reshaped the future. Historians still debate whether the sudden thinning of populations truly democratized learning, or whether privilege merely shifted hands. Either way, a clever orphan might find himself apprenticed to a scribe or clerk, a door once bolted shut now cracked open. In farm fields, children fill the gaps left by vanished adults. They herd sheep, carry water, scatter seed. Their hands blister, but their pride grows. Whole villages depend on their labour. Survival here is not abstract. It is measured in whether children can shoulder tools larger than themselves. One boy laughs as he nearly topples carrying a bucket, then steadies, grinning with the triumph of someone who knows he matters. Sometimes you see quirky adaptations. A convent invents plague tag, a structured game where children pretend to chase each other as sickness, only to be cured by a tap from a nun. That's the quirky tidbit. Play transformed trauma into something manageable. By turning plague into a game, children learn to master fear in miniature. Historians studying childhood call this resilience disguised as fun. Communities adopted children in surprising ways. Guilds sometimes took orphans as apprentices, both for labour and for moral duty. A blacksmith in one city claimed 3 plague orphans as his forged sons, raising them with hammer and hearth. You hear the clang of their work echoing across the square, sharper than any sermon. Joke number 2 rises. Free labour, yes, but at least these apprentices didn't come with student loan debt. Not every story ends in stability. Some children slip through cracks, roaming roads as beggars, prey to exploitation. Bandit groups sometimes used them as lookouts. Travellers wrote of children haunting crossroads, singing for scraps. These were the shadows of survival, not triumphant but raw reminders that plague spared lives without promising safety. Yet hope persists. Families formed from fragments. 2 widows join households, pooling children together, declaring themselves kin even without blood. In such arrangements, love grows sideways, weaving bonds strong enough to replace what was lost. You glimpse a boy calling both women mother, not with confusion but with confidence. His survival is stitched from many hands. Festivals return, smaller but brighter. Children carry candles in processions, their faces glowing in flickering light. Villagers watch with tears, seeing in them a reason to rebuild. Bells ring not for funerals this time, but for baptisms, new births trickling in after years of silence. Each infant feels like rebellion against the grave. Historians argue whether post-plague birth rates surged as a conscious recovery strategy or simply reflected natural cycles. Either way, cries of newborns mingle with laughter of orphans, weaving a new soundscape for towns. One boy tells you his dream: to become a mason, to carve his name into stone that will outlast him. His determination radiates brighter than the sunlit wall he climbs. Survival is not only about continuing life, but about imagining futures, even grand ones. Joke number 3 whispers. Medieval kids didn't dream of being astronauts. They dreamed of living long enough to complain about taxes. By twilight you leave the courtyard, children still running, still laughing, still crying. They carry scars no toy can erase, but also strength no adult can quite fathom. They are proof that plague may hollow families, topple cities, silence bells, but it cannot smother play, learning, or the stubborn insistence to live. In their hands, cracked and calloused, the world is already being rebuilt. You wake to the sound of hammers echoing across a half-mended square, and the rhythm feels different than before. The workers here are not bowed, anonymous shadows. They stand taller, voices louder, hands dirtier but prouder. The plague has flipped the balance of labour. Fields need ploughing, walls need rebuilding, cloth needs weaving, but there are far fewer hands to do it. You step into this new economy where survivors discover that work is no longer just toil. It has become leverage. Before the Black Death, peasants laboured under heavy feudal dues, tethered to landlords with little bargaining power. Their sweat filled granaries and their backs built castles, yet their voices rarely mattered. Then death swept half the workforce away, and suddenly scarcity tilted the scales. The mainstream historical fact. Across Europe, wages rose and labourers demanded better conditions after the plague, forcing lords and guilds to adjust or lose workers entirely. For the first time in generations, work began to reshape dignity, not just survival. You wander into a field where a farmer negotiates with a landowner. "Double pay, or I walk," he says bluntly, hoe resting across his shoulder. The lord sputters, but behind him weeds creep unchecked across acres. He relents. Survival is a two-way bargain now. Joke number 1. Who knew it would take a plague for peasants to invent the medieval version of quitting via dramatic mic drop? In towns, guilds swell with influence. Shoemakers, masons and weavers bargain collectively, setting rules about wages and hours. Some guilds even open membership to women, whose labour becomes indispensable. Apprentices graduate faster, journeymen skip years of waiting, and workshops pulse with activity. Yet scarcity breeds tension too. Masters fear losing control, while workers taste independence for the first time. Historians still debate whether these shifts truly mark the birth of a proto-working class, or whether landlords eventually clawed back power. The argument lingers like smoke from a forge. In villages, survival reshapes crops. Farmers abandon marginal land, focusing on fertile plots that fewer hands can manage. Sheep grazing expands, fueling a wool boom that fattens merchants and gives rural labourers steadier employment. Entire landscapes change. Fields turn to pasture, hedges rise where ploughs once ran. That's the quirky tidbit. Some historians argue the Black Death indirectly launched England's wool empire, all because fewer peasants meant more sheep. Imagine telling survivors, "Congrats, you lived. Now here's 1,000 sheep to babysit." Not everyone applauds the changes. Kings and councils pass laws trying to freeze wages at pre-plague levels. The English Statute of Labourers in 1351 famously tried to lock workers into old conditions. Enforcement, however, was laughable. Bailiffs couldn't chase down every labourer who simply walked to the next village for higher pay. Joke number 2. It's hard to enforce low wages when your enforcers are also demanding raises. Urban life reflects the shift too. With fewer bakers, loaves shrink but prices rise. Masons, once overlooked, now carve their initials into stones as bold signatures. Tailors create brighter clothes because survivors want to be seen, not hidden. Work is no longer invisible. It leaves marks, colours and pride across cities. You step into a marketplace buzzing with negotiations. A widow selling cloth insists her work equals any man's, and customers nod. Children carry tools bigger than themselves, eager to earn wages that matter more now than ever. Entire households pool labour, and survival feels like teamwork, not hierarchy. Of course, tension simmers. Landlords fume as tenants demand leases, not servitude. Revolts flicker, small uprisings that foreshadow larger storms like the English peasants' revolt decades later. Labour's new voice cannot be silenced, even when suppressed. Historians argue whether the plague directly triggered these revolts, or merely accelerated existing frustrations. Either way, the rhythm of work has changed, and so has the rhythm of power. You pass through a weaver's workshop. Looms clatter, threads stretch, patterns emerge. He explains that orders have multiplied, because survivors crave colour and warmth after years of black. Cloth itself becomes a metaphor for survival. Strands woven stronger together, gaps filled, beauty coaxed from scarcity. He beams as he tells you his sons will inherit not just skill, but independence. In construction yards, masons rebuild churches with skeletons etched into the stone. Their chisels sing louder than sermons. Work is not just labour, it's commemoration, therapy, resistance. Every brick says, "We are still here." Joke number 3. If medieval motivational posters existed, one would show a sweaty mason saying, "Brick by brick, plague schmagwe." By dusk you leave the square where workers lounge proudly, boots dusty, pockets heavier than before. Their laughter carries across scaffolds, mingling with the clatter of tools. Work has changed, not its weight, but its meaning. It is no longer chains alone. It is bargaining, pride, and sometimes rebellion. Survival has given labourers leverage, and they wield it like a hammer striking stone, reshaping the very bones of their world. You step into a square still scarred by the plague, where the air smells faintly of charred wood and incense, and the echo of footsteps seems to carry centuries of whispered questions. Survivors gather in small clusters, trading news, stories, and half-forgotten prayers. The world you knew before the Black Death has shifted. Faith, culture, and daily life all reshaping themselves in ways both subtle and radical. Every street corner, every ruined building, every makeshift market stall feels like a crossroads between the old world and the new. Before the plague, religious observance was tightly regimented. Cathedrals rose toward the sky, monks chanted in harmony, and relics glimmered behind glass, promising protection and guidance. Pilgrimages drew thousands of faithful along long dusty roads, and festivals marked the rhythm of life. Then the Black Death struck, and certainty dissolved. Priests fell, processions failed to halt death, and prayers went unanswered. the mainstream historical fact. Confidence in the institutional church declined significantly after the plague, leading to both reform movements and the rise of mystical practices. Survivors questioned authority, blending fear with curiosity, devotion with skepticism. In a small roadside chapel, you see a mother lighting candles while her children carve protective symbols into the walls. Faith has multiplied into layers: formal, folk, personal. Joke number 1. It's like everyone suddenly got permission to customize their spiritual subscription plan. Saints 2.0 with bonus charms. Some villagers turned to astrology, convinced the stars governed health and misfortune. Others whispered charms, burned herbs, or recited incantations learned from wandering healers. Survival demanded experimentation, and culture responded by bending its rules. Flagellants marched through towns, chanting penance and whipping themselves in public displays meant to appease divine wrath. Crowds gather, drawn by awe, fear, or curiosity. Historians still debate whether such movements spread more terror than solace, or if they provided communal catharsis for traumatized populations. Either way, these spectacles unsettled established clergy, forcing them to confront the limitations of traditional authority. Meanwhile, secular culture blooms alongside religious transformation. Artists paint the danse macabre on church walls, depicting skeletons dancing hand in hand with nobles and peasants alike. A stark reminder that death respects no hierarchy. Musicians compose songs blending humour and melancholy. Writers craft tales mixing horror and satire. Culture embraces the plague's reality rather than hiding from it. You watch children mimic skeleton dances in marketplaces, laughing at ghoulish figures that would have terrified their parents. Education shifts too. Universities reopen, but with smaller classes and more orphans. Scholars debate theology and natural causes, sometimes mixing both in ways that foreshadow later Renaissance inquiry. Books circulate more widely, and knowledge begins its slow democratization. This new curiosity coexists with superstition. Folk remedies, charms, and small rituals flourish. The quirky tidbit: people believed certain songs or dances could ward off sickness, a kind of plague playlist that combined rhythm with reassurance. Markets are lively again, filled with storytellers who recite visions, miracles, or moral tales. Survivors swap accounts of narrowly avoided death, strange coincidences, and the occasional divine sign. Faith has become participatory, conversational, decentralized. It moves through whispers and gestures in ways that transcend formal ritual. Joke number 2. Medieval Yelp reviews. Best miracle. Slightly dusty candles. Would pray again. Theatre emerges as both entertainment and instruction. Local troupes perform morality plays blending comedy, tragedy and death. Skeletons, saints and villagers all appear on stage, blurring the lines between sacred and secular. Humour becomes a survival tool. Laughter, a counterweight to grief. Carnival celebrations gain intensity. Masks hide sorrow, and costumes allow people to play with life and death. Political and social shifts follow cultural change. Kings and city councils fund festivals, commissions, and public works to restore morale, subtly intertwining civic pride with religion. Some leaders reform church practices to appear more accessible to survivors, while others cling to traditional pomp, sparking tension. Historians argue whether these changes were driven by genuine devotion or by political pragmatism aimed at controlling traumatized populations. The tension shapes the cultural landscape. You notice artisans embedding everyday life into sacred spaces, peasants kneeling beside saints, merchants flanked by angels, children depicted in stained glass beside holy figures. Culture insists that the ordinary deserves reverence. Meanwhile, folk practices coexist alongside official doctrine. Homes display charms, walls are marked with symbols, and families carry protective rituals as essential as bread. Survival reshapes belief into a practical, sometimes playful, sometimes fearful tapestry. By evening, the city hums with new rhythms. Bells still toll, but they accompany marketplace chatter, laughter, and the occasional off-key song. Faith hasn't vanished. It has scattered and multiplied. Culture is vibrant, blending sorrow and joy, solemnity and humour. Joke number 3. Medieval version of a self-help book. Skeleton on the cover. Subtitle, Dancing Through Disaster. As darkness falls, you sense that every survivor carries fragments of the old world stitched into the new. Ritual, art, laughter, and caution intertwined. Belief and culture are no longer monolithic. They are living, adaptable, and resilient. The plague did not destroy humanity's need for meaning. It redefined it, scattering shards of faith and creativity across streets, workshops, and homes, waiting for hands to reshape them into something new and enduring. You wander into a village square where laughter, chatter, and hammering collide into an almost tangible hum of life. The plague has left scars, yet here, amidst the uneven stones and half-rebuilt houses, you see community being reforged. Neighbours gather to share food, labour, and stories. Children play alongside adults, learning old skills and new ones at once. Survival has made relationships more deliberate. Each handshake, each shared loaf, each whispered warning carries weight. Bonds are no longer casual, they are lifelines. Before the Black Death, communities functioned like clockwork, bound by tradition and hierarchy. Parish councils, guilds, and family networks defined the flow of daily life. Then death tore through towns and villages, leaving widows, orphans, and neighbours suddenly responsible for one another in unprecedented ways. The mainstream historical fact: post-plague communities often reorganised around cooperation, mutual aid, and informal networks because so many formal social structures had collapsed. Where hierarchy faltered, neighbourly obligation rose. You stop by a communal oven where women knead dough together, trading recipes and gossip. One laughs, passing a loaf to a neighbour. May your hands never blister like mine. Joke number 1 drifts in. Medieval self-care tip. Share bread and pain simultaneously. Here, survival is not just personal, it is social. Sharing labour, resources and knowledge becomes the glue that holds villages together, preventing isolation from becoming lethal. Guilds and apprenticeships also adapt. A blacksmith mentors both boys and girls orphaned by plague. Younger children carry tools, sweep floors and fetch water. The apprentices learn not only craft but trust, responsibility and solidarity. In doing so, work itself becomes a conduit for rebuilding social bonds. Historians still debate whether these networks arose naturally from necessity or whether intentional communal efforts were organised by local leaders to stabilise society. Either way, cohesion is palpable. In markets, survivors barter goods, but they also trade favours. A carpenter offers repairs in exchange for firewood. A tailor mends clothing for shared meals. A cobbler delivers shoes for temporary shelter. Economic activity blends seamlessly with human connection. That's the quirky tidbit. Barter extends beyond goods into emotional and social currencies. Smiles, favours, and small gestures weigh as heavily as coin. Children play a central role in reforging bonds. They help neighbours, fetch water, and deliver messages, absorbing responsibility early. You notice a boy balancing a bucket of milk while carrying a scroll with instructions from a healer. Even in play, survival skills and social cohesion are transmitted. Joke number 2 emerges. Medieval multitasking, part courier, part dairy farmer, part unpaid intern. Religious institutions adjust to the new social fabric. Priests offer guidance, but they also organize support for widows and orphans, distribute bread, and mediate disputes. Chapels become more than worship spaces, they are community hubs. Meanwhile, informal networks flourish. Neighbours check on each other's health, offer lodging to strangers, and mourn collectively. This blend of official and grassroots support strengthens bonds in ways both practical and emotional. You pass a weaver who tells stories of old families and new neighbours, connecting generations in conversation. Elders instruct the young on planting, fishing, and maintaining wells. Knowledge, once siloed in guilds or households, now spreads across the community. Shared memory and practical skills intertwine, ensuring that survival is passed not only biologically, but culturally. Festivals and public rituals take on renewed significance. Survivors mark holy days, seasonal transitions, and commemorations of plague victims with more fervour and creativity. Dance, music, and performance foster cohesion, reminding everyone of mortality, resilience, and shared humanity. Joke number 3 floats in. Nothing like synchronized skeleton dancing to reinforce your sense of community. Conflict remains, but it is tempered by necessity. With so many adults lost, disputes are more likely to be mediated quickly. Communities realize that cooperation often ensures survival more than vengeance does. Land disputes, theft, and quarrels still arise, yet informal justice and collective pressure prevent prolonged chaos. Trust becomes currency. Betrayal can be deadly in ways more immediate than law. Marriage patterns shift as well. With so many adults gone, new unions are sometimes formed out of practicality rather than tradition. Widows and widowers remarry quickly, often blending households and forming new networks. Children from previous marriages are integrated, fostering extended family units that reinforce social cohesion. These arrangements may be unconventional, yet they stabilize communities, providing care and labor in one sweep. Orphans and displaced survivors are absorbed into neighborhoods rather than left adrift. Apprenticeships, foster arrangements, and communal guardianship systems proliferate. Each act of care strengthens bonds, producing resilience that is social as much as individual. Cultural memory of the plague embeds itself in rituals, proverbs, and local customs, ensuring that lessons of interdependence are passed to the next generation. By dusk, you watch villagers gather in the square, sharing stories, food, and laughter under torchlight. The hum of conversation, clatter of tools, and occasional song create a soundtrack of recovery. Communities, once hollowed by disease, pulse with energy. Survival has been more than escaping death. It has been learning to rely on one another, to trust, to collaborate, and to rebuild social fabric stitch by stitch. The plague has left its mark, but it has also forged connections stronger than before. In the interplay of necessity, compassion, and ingenuity, you see the essence of human resilience. Life continues, messy and imperfect, yet undeniably bound together in a tapestry of mutual support, shared labour, and collective hope. You wander through the village square as the afternoon sun spills over uneven cobblestones, and the scents of baking bread, roasting meat, and smoking herbs fill the air like a comforting fog. The plague has taken so much, yet here, Amidst half-rebuilt houses and makeshift market stalls, food has become more than survival. It is celebration, ritual, and a quiet defiance. Every loaf, every stew, every shared slice carries weight, nourishment, memory, and meaning. You can almost taste resilience in the warm crust of bread or the sweet aroma of roasting apples. Before the Black Death, meals were structured rigidly, dictated by social status and agricultural yield. Peasants relied on coarse bread, gruel, and occasional vegetables. Wealthier households enjoyed meats, cheeses, and exotic spices. When the plague struck, these routines collapsed. Fields lay fallow, livestock perished, and ovens went cold. Communities were suddenly forced to innovate or starve, the mainstream historical fact. In the aftermath of the plague, labour shortages raised wages and made food more accessible to peasants, allowing them both to survive and eventually to celebrate in ways previously reserved for the elite. You notice a baker at a small stall, kneading dough into elaborate shapes, a sun, a cross, a crescent moon, each loaf more than food, a symbolic gesture of hope and remembrance. Joke number 1 drifts through your mind. Medieval Instagram. Crusty but optimistic. Bread is sustenance but also art, history and comfort, its aroma threading through the square like a tangible link between past and present. Farmers innovate in response to scarcity. Small plots are intensively cultivated. Herbs and vegetables are interplanted for better yields. Livestock is managed more carefully. Smaller herds cared for with meticulous attention. Communities reclaim abandoned fields, turning ruin into opportunity. Sheep multiply both for wool and meat. Crops are rotated strategically, and seasonal abundance becomes a shared triumph rather than a personal luxury. Survival is measured not just in life but in harvests, and every meal represents collective effort. Feasting takes on new meaning. Seasonal festivals, religious holidays, and commemorations of plague victims become reasons to gather. Meat, once rare, is shared generously over open fires, with villagers seated cross-legged, exchanging stories and laughter. Historians still debate whether these post-plague feasts were primarily celebratory or more practical, aimed at ensuring nutrition for communities recovering from massive population loss. Either way, these gatherings rebuild social bonds. In kitchens, experimentation thrives. Surviving households combine familiar ingredients with new imports, spices, dried fruits, and nuts brought via emerging trade routes. Some concoct sweetened pastries, others hearty stews enriched with herbs thought to ward off illness. The quirky tidbit: one recipe mixed onions, figs, and vinegar, supposedly to prevent disease, which you imagine tasting with mild horror, and a bit of respect for medieval culinary daring. Children participate in food preparation, learning recipes, traditions, and practical skills. They carry water, stir pots, knead dough, and set tables. Joke number 2. Medieval junior sous chefs, simultaneously cultivating patience, calluses, and the village's hope. Their labour ensures survival and embeds cultural memory, passing skills and resilience to a generation that must live in the shadow of plague. Communities also adapt creatively to scarcity. Shared kitchens appear, reducing the need for firewood and fostering collaboration. Families pool livestock, eggs, grains, and even wild foraged foods. Barter networks thrive. Cheese for flour, eggs for wool, stew for honey. Economic activity is inseparable from social cohesion. Every transaction reinforces trust, obligation, and mutual reliance. Festivals grow brighter, louder, and more imaginative. Pilgrimages end in communal meals. Church holidays are celebrated with special dishes, and seasonal changes dictate elaborate menus. Rituals and sustenance intertwine. Food itself is a message. Abundance after loss, joy after despair, community over isolation. Tables laden with shared meals become stages for storytelling, song and dance. Markets bustle as survivors trade goods and share recipes, improvising with whatever is available. Merchants offer small luxuries, almonds, honey, dried fruits. Households experiment with sweets, pastries and stews, celebrating novelty as a symbol of life reclaimed. Cooking is survival, creativity and ceremony all at once. Joke number 3. Medieval Yelp review. 5 stars for bread, 4 stars for plague prevention. You notice people reserving tables for neighbours, helping one another with preparation, and offering leftovers to the less fortunate. Communal eating ensures no one is left hungry, reinforcing bonds of trust and reciprocity. Kitchens, taverns and hearths act as social hubs as much as places to eat, stitching together fragmented communities. By evening, torchlight glimmers across the square, illuminating faces flushed from the day's labour, the heat of ovens and the glow of camaraderie. Children chase one another, neighbours laugh over shared meals, and elders reminisce about the old ways, now mingled with new habits. Food has become more than survival. It is culture, joy, and shared defiance. Each bite is a testament to resilience, each shared meal a story of community restored, a message that life, despite devastation, continues with flavour, laughter, and hope. You trudge along a dusty road lined with skeletal trees, their bare branches swaying like fingers against the sky. Pilgrims pass in small, weary groups, carrying staffs, bundles of cloth and pouches of coin. The plague has transformed travel, no longer just a spiritual journey, but a delicate negotiation with survival itself. Every step is a calculation, distance, food, water, and the risk of illness. But the road calls anyway. Pilgrimages have become acts of devotion, penance, and communal assertion, and the experience of moving through a scarred landscape reshapes belief and social connection. Before the Black Death, pilgrimages were common, structured, and relatively safe. People travelled to holy sites, venerated relics, and sought miracles for minor ailments or sins. After the plague, these journeys change in scope and urgency. The mainstream historical fact. Pilgrimage numbers initially dipped due to fear of contagion, but survivors increasingly undertook long, arduous trips both to express gratitude for survival and to seek protection against future outbreaks. Religion and mortality intertwine more tightly than ever. You pass a woman carrying a bundle of herbs to offer at a shrine. She hums a soft tune, her voice trembling but determined. Joke number 1 drifts through your mind. Pilgrimage playlist, chants, sobs, and occasional cursing at blisters. Each pilgrim's journey carries layers of meaning, gratitude, fear, hope, penance, and often a practical purpose. The acquisition of relics or blessings for personal protection. Along the path, travellers swap stories of plague survival. One recounts visions of angels guiding him past abandoned villages. Another insists he saw omens etched in the sky. These narratives circulate widely, reinforcing communal memory while transmitting folk knowledge. Historians still debate whether such oral storytelling primarily reinforced faith or functioned as a social mechanism to share coping strategies. Either way, tales spread like invisible threads connecting towns and people. Communities along the routes adapt. Inns reopen, cooking for fewer guests but demanding more care. Local markets spring up to accommodate pilgrims, offering bread, salted meats, and water. Travellers trade skills, stories, and advice as eagerly as goods. That's the quirky tidbit. Some shrines reportedly offered special plague tokens or charms meant to protect the bearer during travel, blending superstition with commerce. You can imagine a merchant saying, "Buy one talisman, survive the road, and we throw in a stale biscuit." Children often accompany parents, learning pilgrimage routes and rituals early. Some serve as messengers, carrying news or small items between villages. Others observe and imitate prayers, chants, or gestures of devotion. Joke number 2 surfaces. Young pilgrims, multitasking between memorizing prayers and avoiding mud puddles since 1348. These journeys teach resilience, responsibility, and communal memory simultaneously. Pilgrimage also exposes travellers to new ideas, foods, and trades. Inns host storytellers, musicians, and occasional healers. Exposure to different regions fosters cultural exchange. Recipes, techniques, and practices spread along these paths. Survivors carry with them not only personal devotion, but knowledge that reshapes villages upon return. Communities grow interconnected in ways impossible before the plague. You notice larger groups forming, bonding out of necessity. Travelling in numbers reduces the risk of robbery, disease, or misadventure. Shared meals along the road, temporary camps, and collective prayers create micro-communities, reinforcing social ties forged in adversity. The journey itself becomes an extension of survival, teaching cooperation and vigilance. Some pilgrims undertake extreme acts of devotion, fasting, carrying heavy crosses, or walking barefoot. These rituals blend penance with performance, signalling both personal faith and communal solidarity. Observers along the path may join in, forming spontaneous networks of support and shared ritual. Historians argue whether such extreme measures were spiritual devotion, social pressure, or a mix of both. Regardless, the intensity underscores the depth of post-plague religiosity. Rural villages benefit economically and socially from passing pilgrims. They host markets, provide labour, and gain reputations for hospitality. Travellers carry gratitude, coins, and stories onward, creating feedback loops of economic and cultural exchange. You glimpse a child helping a pilgrim tie shoes, another offering a loaf of bread. Every small act reinforces survival networks. Festivals, fairs, and holy days see amplified pilgrimage activity. Survivors walk long distances to participate, eager to celebrate life, give thanks, and remember the dead. Music, dance, and shared meals punctuate these journeys, blending devotion with recreation. Joke number 3. Medieval fitness trackers would have recorded more miles from penance than from ploughing fields. By dusk you arrive at a small shrine, its candles flickering in the twilight. Pilgrims kneel, chant, or simply sit, exhausted but resolute. Their journey embodies devotion, resilience, and social cohesion. Walking through scarred lands, they stitch together spiritual and social fabric, ensuring memory, culture, and hope survive. Travel is not just movement, it is an act of collective determination, a living testament that humanity endures. You enter a quiet room lit by a single window, the afternoon sun dusted across wooden tables covered in scraps of parchment. Survivors sit bent over quills, dipping ink and carefully tracing letters that will travel miles. The plague has forced communication into new forms. Letters, messages, and simple notes become lifelines. News, instructions, comfort, and warnings move along a fragile network of human runners, riders, and merchants. Each written word carries the weight of life, of memory, of survival itself, connecting people across distances that previously might have seemed insurmountable. Before the Black Death, correspondence was often reserved for the elite or the literate clergy. Townspeople communicated primarily in person, through merchants, or by word of mouth. When the plague struck, these channels were disrupted, and the mainstream historical fact, literacy and letter writing, expanded in response, even among merchants and tradespeople, as communication became a vital tool for survival, economic negotiation, and family cohesion. You see ordinary villagers, once illiterate or hesitant, painstakingly forming letters to distant relatives or allies. A woman dips her quill carefully, writing to a cousin in a faraway town. She recounts the names of the deceased, the crops that survived, and news of neighbours' well-being. Joke number 1. Medieval texts, now with extra smudges and a hint of plague-inspired panic. These letters serve multiple purposes: information, reassurance, ritual commemoration, and practical coordination of labour, resources, or protection. Runners and riders transport messages across dangerous roads. They face hazards not only from the terrain but from residual plague risk, thieves, and miscommunication. Communities rely on these couriers to coordinate markets, share warnings of outbreaks, or request labour. Messages can dictate survival outcomes, where grain should be sent, which sick require attention, or which heirs inherit property after families vanish. Historians still debate whether the proliferation of letters after the Black Death represents genuine expansion of literacy or simply an adaptation of existing literate networks to crisis circumstances. Merchants play a central role. They carry letters along with goods, creating intricate information networks. Along trade routes, inns and taverns serve as postal hubs, allowing messages to hop from one traveller to another. Survivors develop rudimentary systems of verification, seals, symbols and marks that indicate authenticity, reducing the risk of fraud or misdirection. Children participate too, delivering small notes, acting as apprentices to scribes, or learning to recognize letters and symbols. Joke number 2. Tiny couriers, delivering both wisdom and a fair amount of mud. In this way, literacy, responsibility, and survival skills are intertwined, transmitting knowledge and social cohesion to a younger generation growing up in the shadow of the plague. Communities establish networks of trust, marking trusted messengers with small signs, tokens, or letters of reference. Families request updates on missing relatives or arrange temporary guardianship through written communication. The quirky tidbit: some letters included tiny charms or talismans tucked into folded parchment to protect the recipient from sickness, blending superstition and practicality in a tangible form. You witness an elder scribe carefully copying a lengthy letter for a noble family. The missive contains not only news but guidance for rebuilding farms, negotiating contracts, and maintaining alliances. Even in small villages, the written word becomes a tool for reconstructing society, bridging gaps left by the sudden loss of key figures during the plague. Trade agreements rely on correspondence. Craftsmen confirm orders, carpenters request materials, and farmers update millers on grain availability. Letters allow planning over distances that would otherwise have been impossible in a world where half the workforce vanished and roads remained dangerous. Survival depends on this delicate web of information moving alongside the physical reconstruction of society. The act of writing also serves emotional purposes. Families separated by miles use letters to mourn, console, and remember. Notes may describe who survived, who died, and what traditions continue. Writing becomes ritual, a means to preserve collective memory and create continuity amidst chaos. Joke number 3. Medieval snail mail, slow, smudgy, and occasionally haunted by bad omens. Pilgrimages and journeys intertwine with correspondence. Travellers carry letters to shrines, monasteries, and distant relatives, serving as intermediaries and creating a living network of information and reassurance. Communities along the routes rely on these messages to coordinate hospitality, resources, and protection, ensuring the survival not just of individuals but of social networks. By nightfall, the room is quiet but alive with the quiet scratch of quills. The parchment holds more than ink. It holds hope, instruction, memory, and connection. In a world reshaped by the plague, letters are threads weaving together distant lives, stitching a fragmented society into a fabric capable of rebuilding, surviving, and remembering. Every delivered message, every careful quill stroke, is an act of human persistence, a testament that even in times of widespread mortality, communication can sustain life, culture, and community. You stand at the edge of a busy port, the briny scent of sea air tangling with the aroma of fish, salted meat, and tar from the ships moored along creaking wooden piers. Seagulls dive and squawk overhead, their cries mingling with the laughter, shouts, and clatter of sailors and merchants. The Black Death has left scars here as well. Fewer hands to crew the ships, abandoned warehouses, and a nervous wariness in every handshake. Yet, amidst the chaos, life persists, resilient and adaptable. You sense that every plank of wood, every rope, every barrel tells a story of human endurance and ingenuity. Before the plague, maritime life was already fraught with peril. Storms, shipwrecks, pirates, and disease made sailing dangerous. After the Black Death, these risks intensified. Many ports were depopulated and the reduced workforce strained trade networks. Despite this, maritime commerce rebounded faster than many expected. The mainstream historical fact. Labour shortages drove up wages for sailors, making seafaring more lucrative and enticing to young men, which in turn helped revive trade, reconnect communities, and restore economic stability. Watching a crew unload barrels of grain and fish, you notice the precision and coordination born from both necessity and long practice. A young apprentice clutches a coil of rope, his knuckles white, eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. Joke number 1 drifts through your thoughts. Medieval sea school. Tuition includes blisters, seasickness, and occasional lessons in humility. Life at sea is unforgiving, but teaches discipline, adaptability, and practical skill. Qualities vital in a world still reeling from plague. Stories circulate among sailors of islands emptied by disease, ports abandoned, and miraculous cargo deliveries that sustain towns through winter. These narratives, passed from ship to ship and port to port, transmit both practical knowledge and cultural memory. Historians still debate whether these maritime networks functioned primarily as economic lifelines or as social and cultural conduits linking isolated post-plague communities. Either way, you see that shared knowledge is as crucial as grain or timber. Ships carry more than goods. They transport ideas, medicines, spiritual guidance, and news. Healers occasionally travel with cargo, offering talismans, herbs, and advice. The quirky tidbit: sailors often carved small protective symbols into the masts or rigging, believing they warded off plague, storm, or misfortune. You imagine the superstitious cabin, bristling with tiny charms swaying in the wind like a bizarre mobile of hope. Children and apprentices assist in loading and maintenance, learning navigation, rope work, and the care of livestock and provisions on board. Joke number 2. Medieval GPS, stars, sticks, and stubborn optimism, optional seasickness included. These young learners absorb practical skills, social responsibility, and the traditions of survival, ensuring knowledge and resilience persist across generations. Ports themselves adapt culturally. Festivals honour the sea. Prayers are said for safe voyages, and communities hold special feasts when ships return with cargo and news. Music, storytelling and ritual intersect with commerce, reinforcing social bonds among those whose livelihoods are tied to the sea's caprice. Communities rely on returning sailors not only for goods, but also for news of distant lands, outbreaks, and innovations. Trade functions as a lifeline. Grain, salted fish, textiles, timber, and wine flow along interconnected maritime routes. Survivors coordinate shipments, share labour, and exchange knowledge to sustain towns devastated by plague. Joke number 3. Medieval logistics, half luck, half skill, and 100% soaked hands. Cooperation ensures survival across both land and water, knitting together distant communities. Religious devotion persists. Sailors pray for calm waters, protection from storms, and deliverance from disease. Small chapels in ports cater to their needs, offering rites and blessings for journeys, further linking maritime and spiritual life. Pilgrimages sometimes begin or end at sea, blending devotional and practical travel, and connecting distant populations through shared faith. You observe a veteran captain teaching his crew to ration food, maintain sails, and read the wind. Each lesson preserves knowledge lost on land and prepares the next generation for the uncertainties of the sea. Apprentices memorize routines, record observations, and carry this information to new ports, ensuring survival through careful preparation, communal knowledge, and experience. Merchants and sailors exchange not just cargo but news, letters, rumours, market trends, and updates on family or neighbouring towns. Ships themselves become vessels of communication, connecting islands, coastal cities, and inland communities. Communities rely on these maritime couriers to maintain cohesion and plan reconstruction. By evening, the port hums with life. Sailors repair sails, move barrels, and swap stories. Merchants tally goods, and apprentices scurry along planks, learning, observing, and assisting. Ships carry hope, sustenance, and human ingenuity across the waters. Survivors at sea are more than labourers. They are connectors, educators, and resilient agents of recovery. Each voyage, each safe return, and each successfully delivered cargo is a testament that life endures, adapts, and thrives even after catastrophe. You take a deep breath of the salty air, feeling the pulse of human tenacity in every creak of timber and tug of rope. Life at sea has become a microcosm of recovery, cooperation, skill, faith, and courage interwoven with commerce and survival. The Black Death left devastation behind, but the waves carry renewal, one ship at a time. You step into a city slowly stirring back to life, its streets still uneven from abandoned carts and collapsed buildings, but humming with the cautious energy of recovery. Smoke rises from chimneys, mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread and tanned leather. Markets bustle with traders arranging goods, children weaving through the crowds, and artisans hammering, carving, or painting their way toward a sense of normalcy. The plague has left its mark, yet urban life pulses again, forged in the crucible of loss, adaptation, and ingenuity. Before the Black Death, cities were dense, hierarchical, and tightly controlled. Towns followed rigid guild structures, and daily life was regulated by strict norms. When the plague struck, these structures collapsed. Guilds lost masters and apprentices, councils lost councillors, and families lost breadwinners. The mainstream historical fact. Post-plague urban centres experienced a labour shortage that empowered workers, shifted economic power, and accelerated rebuilding, resulting in a revitalised urban landscape marked by both creativity and necessity. You notice a young mason balancing a pile of stones while teaching an apprentice the angles and tools needed to repair a partially destroyed house. Joke number 1 surfaces: medieval Tetris, fitting bricks, mortar, and your ego into collapsing walls. Labour is no longer purely hierarchical. Surviving communities often reorganise, blending experience with necessity and innovation. The streets themselves become classrooms, workshops, and marketplaces all at once. Markets revive with renewed vibrancy. Merchants adapt to labour shortages and changing demand by innovating goods and services. Cloth, spices, leather, and pottery circulate alongside foodstuffs, while barter networks supplement currency-based transactions. Historians still debate whether these post-plague trade expansions were a direct consequence of labour scarcity or driven by broader shifts in consumer habits. In either case, trade both sustains and connects recovering communities. Children are everywhere, participating in work, errands and small trades, learning skills at an accelerated pace. They carry messages, sweep streets, and help artisans, observing and absorbing the rhythms of urban life. Joke number 2 drifts into your imagination. Medieval Uber, kids delivering bread, letters, and life advice simultaneously. Their labour ensures not only survival, but the continuation of cultural knowledge and practical skills. Guilds evolve in response to the new realities. Apprenticeships are redefined, and surviving masters often teach multiple students, blending trade skills with social and survival skills. Craftsmanship adapts to changing resources. Carpenters reuse timbers from ruined homes. Bakers experiment with new grains, and metalworkers salvage materials from destroyed equipment. These innovations accelerate urban recovery and redefine daily work. Public spaces shift purpose. Squares that once hosted markets now accommodate temporary shelters, public ovens, or meeting areas for coordinating labour. Taverns, churches, and workshops become hubs of information, networking, and social cohesion. Communities find creative ways to maintain governance, security, and cultural identity amidst the ongoing challenges of reconstruction. Religious institutions adapt as well. Priests and monks help manage reconstruction, organise feasts for the needy, and offer guidance on hygiene, labour, and resource allocation. Chapels and public spaces function as spiritual, social, and administrative centres simultaneously. The quirky tidbit. Some cities installed small murals of protective saints over doorways, blending faith with urban planning, as if divine oversight could speed recovery. Innovation is everywhere. Water management improves. Wells are dug or repaired, sewage systems cleaned and streets graded to prevent flooding. Roads are cleared, bridges reinforced, and watchtowers restored. Urban planners and labourers work side by side, blending technical knowledge with experiential wisdom. Joke number 3. Medieval city planners, half engineers, half miracle workers, all caffeine-fueled. Fairs and festivals resume, blending entertainment, commerce, and community celebration. Music, dance, and storytelling fill the streets, offering both distraction from recent losses and reinforcement of social bonds. These events provide cohesion, passing traditions to younger generations who witnessed or learned about the devastation. You observe neighbours sharing tools, assisting in construction, and trading skills. Communities become cooperative networks where survival is collective rather than individual. Craftsmen exchange knowledge freely. Families adopt orphans, and civic pride emerges as a tangible motivation for reconstruction. The Black Death has transformed urban life. The city is no longer a rigid hierarchy but a living, adaptable organism, resilient in its social, economic and cultural systems. By evening, torches light alleyways, the clang of hammers echoes, and the smells of cooking fill the recovering neighbourhoods. Urban life has returned not just in structure, but in spirit. Every repaired roof, reopened shop and child learning a craft testifies to human determination. Despite the trauma, the city beats with renewed rhythm, a testament to the resilience of its people, their ingenuity, and the enduring power of community. You walk through the rebuilt sections of the city, past streets lined with houses bearing fresh timbers, plaster repairs, and the occasional faded mural commemorating lives lost. Dust rises from the cobblestones, mixing with the scent of smoke, bread, and the tang of river water. In the square, a newly erected monument dominates the view. A carved stone depicting a mother clutching her child, surrounded by townspeople bowing in reverence. The plague has claimed so many, yet here, in the act of remembrance, survivors transform grief into physical markers of memory and resilience. Before the Black Death, monuments were largely reserved for nobility, clergy, or military victories. Commoners rarely had any permanent marker of life or death beyond a simple grave. After the plague, this shifts dramatically. The mainstream historical fact, unprecedented mortality, inspires the creation of public monuments, religious statues, and commemorative art, allowing communities to collectively mourn, preserve memory, and assert social cohesion even amidst devastating loss. These structures give form to grief, transforming absence into presence. You pause before a small chapel adorned with painted saints and relief carvings, each figure meticulously crafted to watch over the living and honour the dead. Joke number 1 drifts into your thoughts. Medieval Instagram, Blessed and Survived, Plague Edition. Every brushstroke and chisel mark serves both an artistic and a social function, teaching morality, reinforcing communal identity, and preserving historical memory. Stories circulate around these monuments. Chroniclers, scribes, and town criers document miraculous survivals, heroic deeds, and the names of those lost. Historians still debate whether these commemorations primarily served spiritual, educational, or social purposes, or a combination of all three. Regardless, the act of memorializing provides continuity for communities, offering a framework to process loss while reinforcing cultural norms. Children participate, helping place candles, flowers, or carved tokens at memorial sites. Joke number 2 surfaces. Medieval little helpers, mastering grief, hand-eye coordination, and creative improvisation simultaneously. These rituals transmit knowledge and cultural practices across generations, ensuring that lessons learned during the plague are not forgotten. Public art evolves, blending religious symbolism, civic pride, and local cultural motifs. Murals in churches, crosses at crossroads, and engraved plaques commemorate the deceased and offer guidance for the living. Towns embed memory into everyday spaces, turning streets and squares into living archives. The quirky tidbit. In some regions, towns buried small coins or charms beneath monuments to protect the living or aid the souls of the departed, blending superstition with practical remembrance. Rituals accompany monuments. Processions, feast days, and public prayers reinforce social cohesion while honouring those who survived and those who did not. Communities gather, share stories, and perform symbolic gestures to link past tragedies with ongoing resilience. These acts embed moral and social lessons in a tangible, performative form. Governance integrates memory into civic planning. Town councils, guilds, and clergy collaborate to decide which structures to rebuild, which memorials to erect, and how to document survivors' stories. Monuments serve both practical and symbolic purposes: urban restoration, historical record, and moral instruction. The spaces themselves become hubs of reflection, education, and community gathering. Pilgrimages intersect with monuments. Travellers seek out plague memorials, miraculous survival sites, and shrines where saints or local heroes were believed to intervene. Pilgrims leave coins, written notes, and small objects, adding layers of meaning to existing structures. These journeys strengthen social networks and amplify the memorial's cultural significance. Markets and workshops contribute to remembrance. Artisans sell carved crosses, painted plates, embroidered cloth, and small statuettes commemorating the dead. Even mundane objects, spoons, bowls, textiles, gain symbolic significance, integrating memory into daily life. Joke number 3. Devastation. Custom grief accessories shipped by horse, cart, or messenger pigeon. Commerce and culture entwine, reinforcing collective memory while supporting economic recovery. By afternoon, children play among statues and monuments, weaving between priests and townsfolk performing rituals. Elders recount tales of the plague, heroic survivors, and miraculous recoverers. The physical environment teaches, commemorates, and connects. Monuments are classrooms, libraries, and stages for community life. Their presence ensures that memory persists even as generations pass. Evening casts golden light across the square, illuminating stone carvings, fresh flowers, and flickering candles. Survivors pause to reflect. Children kneel in imitation, and the hum of town life carries on around them. Monuments become living participants in urban recovery, shaping identity, reinforcing cultural continuity, and providing spaces for reflection, storytelling, and education. The plague may have decimated populations, but through these carefully constructed markers, life endures. Every chisel stroke, every candle lit, every story told embeds the lessons of loss, survival, and human ingenuity into the urban landscape. Communities rise again, anchored by memory, tradition, and collective resilience, ensuring that the story of survival continues to echo through streets, chapels, and squares. You walk slowly along the city's main avenue, its cobblestones polished by countless footsteps, the aroma of baking bread and roasted meats filling the evening air. The city, once shadowed by death and fear, now hums with cautious optimism. Survivors move through repaired streets, greeting neighbours, trading goods, and repairing what remained of their lives. Reflection comes naturally here. Every repaired roof, every reopened workshop, every laughter-filled square is a testament to endurance. The Black Death has left scars, yes, but in these streets recovery and hope breathe alongside memory. Before the plague, urban life was predictable, hierarchical, and rigid. Trades, guilds, and social status dictated interactions, often limiting upward mobility. The pandemic reshaped this structure. The mainstream historical fact, labour shortages after the Black Death allowed workers more bargaining power, transforming economic hierarchies and accelerating societal adaptation. You watch a carpenter negotiate wages for repairing a roof. Her confidence is new, earned from necessity and opportunity. The city is alive with learning. Schools reopen, albeit in smaller numbers, and apprenticeships resume with renewed vigour. Children who survived the plague or were born afterward inherit knowledge from elders who insist on teaching practical and moral lessons. Joke number 1 drifts through your mind. Medieval tutoring, equal parts, Latin, arithmetic, and lessons in not dying from disease. The next generation carries resilience, skill, and memory forward, embodying both recovery and cultural continuity. Markets bustle, but differently. Merchants innovate, offering flexible goods, cooperative services, and even small luxuries previously restricted to the wealthy. Traders carry news from distant ports, tales of survival, and ideas about agriculture, medicine, and crafts. Historians still debate whether these post-plague market changes primarily reflect necessity or a broader cultural shift toward consumer accessibility. Regardless, commerce now intertwines with social cohesion, survival, and culture. You notice communal workshops where carpenters, blacksmiths, and weavers collaborate to rebuild homes, fences, and furniture. Joke number 2. Medieval DIY. Fewer manuals, more trial, error, and screaming at timber. The labour shortage has dissolved some hierarchical structures. Skill and reliability now outweigh status. Communities reconstruct both physically and socially, blending tradition with necessity-driven innovation. Faith continues to guide recovery. Churches, chapels, and shrines offer more than spiritual solace. They serve as community centres, healing hubs, and information networks. Pilgrimages, memorials, and ritualized feasts embed shared memory into daily life, ensuring collective identity survives alongside material recovery. The quirky tidbit: some shrines installed small mechanical figures, angels, saints, or animals that moved in the wind, meant to amuse children and remind adults of divine protection. You imagine watching a wind-driven angel nodding approvingly as townsfolk rebuild. Art flourishes as both memorial and celebration. Murals, sculptures, and reliefs commemorate survivors, honour the deceased, and teach moral lessons. Even ordinary homes display symbolic items, crosses, carved motifs, or paintings depicting heroic acts during the plague. Communities use art to stitch together memory, hope, and identity, ensuring lessons are tangible and visible. Children play along the streets, their laughter a quiet rebellion against the shadow of loss. Apprentices practice trades, youngsters run errands, and families share meals in public squares. These seemingly mundane acts of daily life reinforce social cohesion, passing practical skills, cultural memory, and resilience from one generation to the next. Joke number 3. Medieval city life. Part survival, part circus, all awkward puberty. Public spaces evolve to accommodate recovery. Squares host markets, festivals, and public meetings. Workshops double as classrooms and storage. Streets become venues for communal cooperation and celebration. Urban planning shifts to integrate practical improvements. Better drainage, more accessible wells, and improved fire safety, reflecting lessons learned from crisis. You notice storytellers recounting tales of miraculous survival, heroism, and community cooperation. Songs, plays, and oral histories intertwine with monuments, letters, and markets to create a living archive of recovery. This integration of memory, culture, and daily life ensures that lessons persist alongside material reconstruction. By twilight, the city glows in torchlight. Its sounds a medley of conversation, hammering, music, and laughter. Survivors pause in squares and along streets, reflecting on loss and achievement alike. Recovery is measured not just in rebuilt structures, but in trust, skill, cultural continuity, and hope. Every interaction, every repaired roof, every shared meal is evidence that humanity persists. In the final quiet of night, you sense the city's heartbeat, steady, resilient, and adaptive. The plague's shadow remains, but recovery has taken root in streets, workshops, markets, and hearts. Communities rebuild with creativity, cooperation, and careful remembrance. The narrative of survival continues in every step you take, every glance at a monument, and every note left on a doorstep. Life endures, learning from loss, remembering the dead, and embracing the promise of renewal. The night settles over the city and countryside, soft and hushed, as if the world itself is exhaling after centuries of turmoil. You feel the weight of countless stories of grief and survival pressing gently against the edges of memory. The Black Death may have reshaped families, towns, and kingdoms, but it also revealed the incredible resilience that courses through ordinary lives. Streets once silent now murmur with footsteps, laughter, and the rhythm of human endeavour. Even in the quietest moments, the echoes of survival whisper. Communities rebuilt, children learned, artisans created, and people carried on. Look closely, and you can see the threads that connect the living to the past. Letters left in drawers, monuments etched into stone, rituals repeated year after year. These are more than reminders of loss. They are evidence of human tenacity, ingenuity, and the determination to keep stories alive. Each recovered home, each market stall, and each carefully planted garden represents a conscious choice to continue, to hope, to teach, and to remember. The plague did not just take, it forced adaptation, cooperation, and reflection. As you settle in, perhaps by a window, listening to the faint hum of the wind, it becomes clear that survival is not merely about avoiding death. It is about connection, memory, and renewal. Life persists in the small acts. A candle lit at a shrine, a child learning a trade, a neighbour sharing bread, a song passed down from someone long gone. These moments stitch the fabric of society back together, softening tragedy with continuity. Now, breathe slowly, let the shadows deepen and the soft night embrace you. Remember that history is alive, carried in each human story, each recovered street, and each tenderly preserved memory. The world has survived, and so have you. At least for tonight.